Check, check, check. Check test, check test. Check test, check test. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check test. Check test. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. There we go. Okay, friends, we're about ready to start the Endicott Village Board meeting, and I'm getting text messages here. So we're about ready to start the Endicott Village Board meeting. We're expecting some fireworks tonight. The Endicott mayor has hired an outside attorney to represent her, supposedly. She feels like she's being ganged up on, and it's just really sort of, I don't know, it's kind of outrageous. I've never seen anything like this before. Sorry, my studio is kind of torn apart. I don't have my green screen up that I normally have. So we're going to be joining that live stream, but I just want to put out a call to anybody. Oh, here we go. It's starting. Looking for donations to support my work. I'm going to put up a graphic in just 1 second here. I really could use your help, friends. I'm dedicated to public service work. I've been doing critical environmental work here for years and years, almost a decade. I would say at least a decade in Endicott, working on issues that nobody else is working on. So could use your financial assistance. Look for my PayPal link, and I'm taking you over to the meeting right now because it's getting started. So I will check in with you probably at the end when it's all over. So here we go. How do I turn that off? What did she say? All right. Okay, I'm going away. Well, I guess I'll talk to you until they start talking. Participants.
Okay, could we all
This meeting is muted.
pledge, please?
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to stand for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. And I want to thank everyone for coming tonight. This is so wonderful to have a boardroom full of people. Very exciting. In case of a fire, we have a door out this way, and we have a door that way. So I do want to let everybody know, so because there's so many people in the room, probably something I should do, especially the fire marshal in the back of the room. Rick said yes. Okay, mayor's announcements. You'll all be glad to know that I didn't talk to Duncan. He wants to have a new business here. He's got one planned, and he and I are discussing it. I've discussed it with Bob. We're working over how to talk about it in the agenda. But as long as we were on the discussion, possibly cleaning up his landscaping, because a lot of people are upset. They cross the bridge and that's what they see, and they're not happy. So he and I are working on that. And when we get done discussing that, we're going to discuss the Endicott Inn property, because everyone would like to see that sold, and there is some interest in that. Met with the parking authority, and we have a couple requests for four-way stops. So our parking authority with Assistant Williams, we're working on that right now. My grandson and I joined with the Endicott Rotary over at the carousel at West Endicott Park, and that Wurlitzer is fantastic. It brings back a lot of, I'm holding my coffee with the mayor events, and it's very nice. I don't have a lot of people coming, but when we do come, we have a lot of, we're making a lot of progress on talking about a lot of different issues. It's quite nice. Yes Leads, Tiger Ventures, and Endicott Crowd are very busy with planting, and I talked to Endicott, or the Tiger Ventures today, and they're still doing their planters. They're going to fix up Harry Tufts. They're building the new benches and stuff like that. Anthony and I are helping pay for the front row Village flowers for them, because Endicott Crowd really doesn't have any money, so we're going to add a little. They're doing a lot around here in the village municipal building with flowers and just making it look nice. I really appreciate that. The tree committee has been a very big success. Their Arbor Day event is at Mertero Park I'm sorry. on October 9th from 1 to 3, and when we have trustee reports, I'll let Eileen tell more about that. I have a new intern. Her name is Isabella. She's from Pennsylvania University. She studied our NICOM manual and our state laws and our general meetings, and she's going over our code. She's now looking at streamlining our code procedures for violations for garbage, trash, and snow. She will be talking to, obviously, our fire marshal and our code department about it, but when I was talking to the firemen, they made a few requests from the code department, so she's looking into that, and then she'll get back with them. Anthony and I met with the IDA and the agency, and we talked about the Kmart property and the solar farm. But what we've decided is, because our water runs through underneath Kmart, we can ask for a DEC phase 2, and that's what Anthony has initiated. If we can get the dump cleaned up, that property will be worth a whole lot more money, and then the owner can sell it, and we can actually build something on there where they can go into the ground. Right now they can't. The property at 1803 North Street, where Endicott Forging was, and also 1901, has been approved for phase 1 and phase 2. The agency is working with the DEC to clean this. Very interested bring. It's a retail company, has nothing to do with industrial manufacturing, but it will bring us high-end dollars, and that's what we need. So high-end products, and that's what we need here in the village. Our restaurant pamphlets are finally displayed at the DMV. I have a bunch of them here, so if everybody tonight would like to take one. These are only our authentic restaurants in town, like our Italian and Greek and Mexican and like that. The DMV is displaying them because the DMV is one of 2 that are open on Saturday in New York State. The reason we rushed them through, we tried to get them for the Dick's Open, but when I contacted the Dick's Open, they did not have a place to display them because they weren't putting up the tents that they usually put up. However, next year they will be there. In the meantime, we found a couple more places we're going to display them. Our fire marshal has asked me about a coach committee at one time. I'm in the process of setting one up. I'd love Brian to be the chairman, but since we'll be meeting in the evening, I'm not asking him to come to morning meetings at night. He's already coming to enough. So what we'll do is we'll just talk about them like we used to, and then when I find something we want to put in as a resolution, we'll go and meet with Brian and see what's legal and what isn't. Gubernatorial candidate Andrew Giuliani came for a visit. I want to get to know all the candidates, because if they win, I want them to understand Endicott and have some stake. So when I call them up and ask for something, they can say, oh yeah, I remember, I was there. So I'm asking all the other candidates if they want to come for a visit, they're welcome also. The land bank is attempting to sell the renovated land at 108 Roosevelt Avenue. They've contacted the neighbors, and we've contacted Dinosaur Dental, but we haven't heard anything yet. If we don't sell it, the village is going to end up taking over ownership of it, and then we can sell it. But we would just as soon not go through that if we don't have to. The Washington Avenue Advisory Committee met with the SEPTED Committee, that's Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. The reason we had to meet with them is because my group had got a lot of ideas, but found out that maybe I shouldn't do the parking lot the way I want to because Brian has no room for his fire truck. That probably is not in our best interest. So we decided to meet with the departments and the fire and the police, tell them some of our basic ideas. Nothing is in is definite, yeah, we're just basic ideas, and what we're going to do is, we'll meet with the other, committee, we'll put everything together, and Delta will be putting this on a website. They will be staging, a time when all the people can come in, probably the rotunda, and then you guys can all look at the plans that we've had, but we're going to organize them for you. You can look at the plans and you can vote on what you think would be best for the avenue. Let's see. As many of you are aware, my board meetings have kind of gone off track with personal attacks and stuff. To restore decorum and provide some transparency, I have engaged my attorney. This is my attorney, Thomas Zero, and his colleagues, Dave and Mike. They came just to visit to see what we're like. They're here just to see what the meetings are like. I just need a little extra information on my state laws. I run to Wade Beltramo all the time from NICOM. I think he's getting tired of seeing me because I had lunch with him and he said, Mayor, you know you do have a right to have your own attorney at your meeting. I am paying for him myself. This will not come out of your village tax money because as a village taxpayer, I wouldn't think that would be fair. So I would not do that to you. He might not be to every meeting, but he will be here tonight. The bottom line is, we gotta all act like adults, myself included. Nobody here wants to hear us sitting here and arguing, and they're absolutely right. You've mentioned it before too, Nick. You agree. We don't need to argue. We're adults. If we have something that we disagree about, we can email each other. They can come in and talk to me, or whatever they want to do. But handling it here is very unprofessional, and we shouldn't be doing it. We need to work together. Is what we need to start doing, and I think that's what we're going to be doing. So this is a business meeting. We need to talk about our business so our residents know what we've been working on and what our plans are for the future. Because people want to know, what the heck are you doing with your business or your time now that you're an elected official? They have every right to ask that. So I would like to start talking about what we're doing for the village. So we're going to start with you, Eileen, for the report.
Before we do that, Linda, I had a question. People told me that they saw on Facebook yesterday that you wrote that your attorney represents the village also?
Well, he's going to help me with village things, yes.
Does he represent the village?
No, he does not.
So that was not true then on Facebook?
No, let's go on now. No. Go ahead.
Okay, it's getting, however.
Excuse me, I have a copy of this Facebook. It says he will represent the village.
He is going to help me with the
We have one attorney, Mr. McCurdick, and I don't know why these guys are coming to town, and it sounds like a power play going on, which isn't going to work.
Actually,
and we will.
I got tired of the power play, Pat. That's why I did it. Can we go
sick of the power play? What are you talking about?
Business meeting, please?
Well, do you mind if we change the order of the agenda to recognize 3 lifeguards for their immediate response and compassion?
I think that's a great idea. I think that's.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to add a ceremony in front of trustee comments.
I think that's.
I second it.
Roll call. We need a vote.
Oh, roll call? Okay.
In a roll call or just do?
Well, our meeting procedure says roll call.
Okay. Trustee connecting?
We're all here today. We're not on.
Our meeting procedure statement.
Trustee connecting? Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Oh, what's the votes here?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, of course. Why would it be no?
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes. So, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, we'd like to recognize 3 lifeguards for their immediate response and compassion for an incident that happened on June 9th, 2021. There was a medical emergency call that was dispatched for an elderly female that had fallen in the Northside Park. And the lifeguards from the Northside Pool seen the incident and they were attending to the patient. They saw her fall, they leaped into action, and they used their experience, their training, and they did an all-around phenomenal job. They showed great compassion, and on behalf of the community and the Board of Trustees, we appreciate that, and we thank you all.
Which ones are they?
Lily Gill Martini. Thank you.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, would you like to?
Yes, I do have a few things. There's a lot of events that are coming up that I am taking charge of or assisting in many ways. The first one is the Arch, the 101-year celebration. I have some ideas that I'm going to be taking to the Rotary in Sertoma because I don't have a budget, and I'm sure Anthony will give us some money, but we'll see. We'll see what the prices are. So we went with Chad on Friday and Mike Romeo go duplicate the exact way the arch was lit up in 1920. So it'd be very low, very subtle, but very elegant. And we're going to leave the lights up for more than a day to get our money's worth. That's a lot of money for a day. So if anybody would like to talk about that, I'm game for that. Apple Fest, vendor applications are sold out. We are now going to our backup waiting list, which is amazing. People are very excited to come. The Arbor Day event on, the Arch is September 9th. The Arbor Day event is October 9th. The Apple Fest is September 18th, so that's going to be a busy month for me. But the Arbor Day event, we're going to get some really kind of organic vendors to come down. There may be just 3 to 5, not a lot, because it's only a 2-hour ceremony. I can't imagine vendors would really like to put that much time into it for a 2-hour ceremony. But that's to be determined. The Visitor Center is having success with their concerts on Friday nights as well. This week is Bass and Brown, one of my favorite bands, so I'll definitely be over there. I did get a chance to stop in and watch the Watson Boulevard curb, sidewalk, handicap access curbs going on. The people from Deep and Zennis are really working quite hard, and it looks lovely. And then lastly, we did go to a PBA meeting with Ted about getting some new officers. So we need to sign. We had to do some amendments to the MOU, but other than that, it's getting to be game time.
Very good.
For me.
Thank you. All right, Ed, do you have anything to report on?
Yeah, this is going to take, I'm permitted to speak. Back on this Facebook comment, we're going to reestablish transparency, professionalism, and establish decorum. And I've indicated the mayor.
Wait until the comment period?
We have a rule, you can't, we have a rule you can't interrupt while other people are
There's
talking.
people here, they may not want to wait that long. So, and no more harassing, false accusations. Or maybe I could take a moment to brief your attorneys on some of the items, why there might be some discourse in this room and with this board of directors. Number one, the mayor and her mayor comments, since the Sun Geel debacle pretty much degraded trustees her will. So some of these are pretty bad here, and maybe it's good that you do have an attorney. She has spread word to more than 2 or 3 people I know that he's accusing Ted of having dementia. Pardon me? Okay, she's accused one of our trustees of having dementia. He should be voted out this November. He's also called a member of the No Burn Broom, Mr. Connick, on the radio during meetings, very degrading comments about him, and that he had some sort of a shady past. That's kind of a quote. And we're the ones that are being looked at as being negative and non-transparent. She read a letter to this board and on Zoom that her professor at SUNY Binghamton called Ted, I, and Nick pretty much bullies against the three women that were on the board. It's in the record. It's in the record. And now she continues to spread falsities about this Altura Sky Island Heights development, where it's obvious to us and many that her negativity toward this $16 million tax income project for the village, while here on campus is asking for a 40% decrease in their taxes. Why anybody would fight this over comments about whether the water connection is going to help the village or not. I don't know if I've talked to people that know a lot more than I do that'll speak tonight, that there might be a discrepancy of 30,000 here or there, but if they want to risk $30,000 sharing of an expense to blow a $16 million project, somebody ought to have their head examined. And it's not the three male trustees that are on this board. Let's see, let's keep going. Now we have the $6 million Washington Avenue project. We hired Delta engineers to head the project. Apparently the mayor doesn't like the direction they're taking. So now she's got her brother-in-law being one of the head designers for this project. Whether that's legal or not, we'll let our lawyer decide that. Guy's drinking wine during a public meeting. Yeah. So let's see what else. But I think I'll pass on the Altura line by line misrepresentation she made yesterday. She obviously has a vendetta against Mr. DeFrancesco, who was a big opponent of the Sun Geo project, and now she's taking pot shots at him. So, and lastly, and this has nothing to do with this stuff, but it's been my job pretty much to keep an eye on what's going on in Endicott, even the mayor, which is pretty bad, and I have to be a watchdog for the mayor of this village. A couple of weeks ago, it was brought to my attention about a lithium battery fire near Chicago. We fought to tell the mayor and the other couple of supporters of this project that this was a dangerous situation. If this thing flared up, it would be a disaster to the village of Endicott. So what happened in near Chicago? Cycling battery facility went up in flames. 5,000 people were evacuated. They couldn't put the fire out with water or foam. Ended up using dry materials such as road salt and cement mix. Who knows how many people smelled that crap. But that's one of the reasons why I do what I do, to call the mayor out when she's wrong or misleading. And I'll continue to protect the truth in this village of Endicott. So, thank you very much. And if you think I enjoy doing this, I don't. I hate confrontation. I get nervous. I can't stand it, but it's my duty to tell the truth, and that's what I'm doing. So,
Okay, now
so
let's
be
go
it.
back and answer a few of those things.
So, go around the table.
I'm not going, I'm sorry.
No, I've had enough.
Yeah, you're right. You can go
Answer
ahead
at the
and
end of the
answer
meeting.
him at the end.
The end of the meeting.
I can answer him at the end. You go ahead. Go ahead, Ted.
Okay, Lynn. When you were making your comments, I just wondered what happened with 10 Washington Avenue? 10 Washington Avenue, you were talking about that for the last 3 or 4 weeks. Can you explain what's happening there?
You want me to talk now?
Yes.
Okay, Gary French's son came over to talk to me. He wants to negotiate on that, but I don't know if he's gonna come to a price that we can afford or not. You know that we did talk to Julie Sweet on that. we're discussing what price it's worth. He hasn't come in yet, he lives 3 hours away, but when he, gets a chance, he's gonna come in and talk to Anthony and and we'll discuss and see how much he wants for it. He's going to have the real estate go inspect it. I don't know if it's gonna be a viable project for us, but it's one thing we're looking at. We've also got to check with a couple of the other people on the avenue to see if we can get a couple more pass-throughs, because we are desperate to find pass-throughs.
What's the whole purpose? We haven't been informed of any of this. What's the purpose of it?
Well, at your Washington Avenue Committee meeting, I told you the purpose of this is we want to have a pass-through from the alleyway, or from the alleyway in the parking lot to Washington Avenue. We need more pass-throughs so people will park out back and actually come over to the avenue to do shopping. And right now, that's a big problem with the.
So I think the board should have been brought into this conversation to see if we were even interested to start with.
Well, until we get a price and we can't afford it, the board has to vote on it. I don't ever spend money without the board, but until there's actually something to do, there's no point to it. I did mention it in my other mayor's announcements, however.
So then the other question I had was, you had talked about the last month or so, coffee with the mayor. What's happening with that?
Well, we just have people stop over and we just chat about things. Most of it's Washington Avenue, but.
How many people came over?
About a half a dozen. That's it. It's not a big deal, but it's something. And I have.
What I heard was that nobody came on both times.
No, I've had maybe 4 people at a time. Let's see. Was it George that was there? I don't know if you were there or not. No, it was the guy from EPAC. That's right. Yeah.
So on June 23, we had a Washington Avenue Revitalization Committee meeting. There's some confusion around town about that. There's the official Washington Avenue Revitalization Committee made up of many leaders and presidents of different companies in town, probably about 15 of them. And we meet about once a month. The Delta Engineering is the local company that is the engineering company designing. This is a $6 million rehab on the avenue, and they're in the process of helping redesign the avenue. And so they're doing it in a methodical way, just like any reputable architect would. And so we're going step by step, picking out different options. Eventually, when this committee comes up with the various options, there'll be a couple of meetings for the public, and there'll be a website for the public to look at also, to give their voice on what options they have. But during the committee meeting, we're talking about dozens and dozens of different ideas. There's another committee that Linda calls the Washington Avenue Revitalization Committee, which is her mayor's committee. And they meet at the visitor center, and the design there is for them to give Linda ideas, and then Linda brings them to the official committee. That's the purpose of that. So we did have that on June 23. There's another one, I think, in a couple of weeks, Anthony?
Yeah, the beginning of August.
Then on June 28, like Eileen said, she and I went to the police department union negotiating meeting, which was interesting because I'd never been to a union negotiating meeting before. So I didn't know what to expect, but this was a plan that Pat, myself, and Nick came up with about a month ago, and it has to work its way through the negotiations with the union, and I'll be talking about that a little later tonight, what that's all about. But that was a very interesting meeting. I didn't know whether to expect yelling and screaming or what, but on July 7, I went to a meeting called SEPTED. I don't even know what it stands for anymore, but it's the head of each department of the village, including the fire department, police department, code department, street department, meets. And it started last summer, and we picked out the worst houses in town, the worst buildings in town, and start with the worst one at the top and discuss what's wrong with it. Go out and drive and walk around the building, about 10 or 12 people with 3 or 4 police cars. Looks very official. All the neighbors see it, of course. And make a list of what's wrong with it. Report this to the landlord, and ask him nicely to fix all these things. And we tell him, or I guess it's the police department that goes, who goes over there and tells them? I don't know.
Well, the police department's in charge of it, because I still go every week.
So the chief tells them
Department's in charge
what
of
the
it.
problems are, and if they don't fix it, then they've had their warning, so then they take them. We had that meeting. It's another interesting meeting. I think they're probably on the 10th or 15th building by now. And the thing that's nice about it is when you do one building, the word goes around very, very fast. So you don't have to do every building in town. And of course, when they see you walking around the building, that spreads the word real fast too. So then I did want to make a motion that we have new updated meeting procedures. So I wanted to make a motion that we bring those up and vote on those now.
Okay, I'd like to hold, well, you have to have a second, so then I'll talk.
I'll second.
Okay, I would like to hold those over till whenever you want.
Holding them over?
Yes, I'm holding them over.
Held over to the next board meeting,
Yeah.
whether we have a regular meeting or special meeting.
Very
whatever
good,
that is.
very good. Regular meeting, yes. Or meeting, yes.
Done.
The main change, the village did not choose to follow Robert's Rules of Order. We don't have to follow them. We chose not to use them for the way we run our meetings. If you don't choose them, then you have to, or you should, write up your own rules. So we wrote up our own rules, 5 or 6 pages worth. One of the main changes that we're updating the rules now is that Linda has said that people who are on Zoom are not allowed to talk during these meetings while they're on Zoom. So our current rules don't say that. They say that they can talk, but we're making it very, very blatant and very, very clear that they can. But our current rules do say the people on Zoom can talk, so the people that are on Zoom tonight are going to be able to talk during hearing the visitors. And so that's all I have.
Okay. Good evening. It's nice to see so many people here. First, I'd like to congratulate the Union Endicott class of 2021 on their graduation. It is certainly a proud moment for our community. On June 23rd, Little Italy had the Taste of Italy dinner. It was a collaboration from many local North Side restaurants, Antonio's, Joey's, Oakson, Consoles, Jarrett, stuffed cupcakes. If you missed it, look for it next year. You will not be disappointed. Met with members of Little Italy last week and discussed the upcoming festival. Things are progressing well. We think it's going to be a great success this year because COVID restrictions have lessened. And without the bazaars this year, I think people are really looking forward to just getting out and having a little fun. The Heritage Center sustained substantial damage during the windstorm. As a result, they were forced to cancel the July takeout dinner. With that being said, if you would like to make a donation to the cause, please check out their Facebook page. Thursday, there was a concert at the George Park. Alex Menza did a phenomenal job. Help of Captain Walt Sound. There was a nice turnout, perfect weather. The next concert is this Thursday, July 22nd at 7 p.m. Katie Scott and the Persuasion will be performing. I've had members of the Endicott Auxiliary Police approach me about being their liaison to the village board. If no one has any objection, accept.
Great, I appreciate that.
Thank you. As many of you are aware, there was a massive power outage in Endicott on Wednesday night, again on Thursday afternoon. The outage was in North Sorrel Park area. A tree fell down on the power lines behind my home, and it wasn't my but
You can cause it.
and I didn't, but there was a really loud boom, and it was actually a little scary. But I did want Endicott Fire and an amazing response time the situation with such class, grace, and professionalism. My wife and children and I certainly appreciated that. I'd also like to thank all of the linemen who diligently to restore the power to our community, especially Absolute Nursing Home. I know people felt like they weren't very quick, but it was a really hard location to get that, get the equipment to. So they really did a great job. I'd like to give a shout out to Girl Scout Troop 30392 out of Endicott for the beautiful thank you card and delicious cookies. I had the honor of speaking with them about local government, the election process, and my duties as trustee. As a reminder, there is a summer meal grab-and-go meal sites in Broome and Tioga counties. Anyone under 18 can get a free meal at any of these sites. If you'd like a list, please contact me. I'd be happy to provide that to anyone. I had a call with Frank, the auditor from the state comptroller's office. He provided me with a verbal summary of his findings. After talking with him, I feel it's critical that we proceed with the hiring of the accountant or the position of office of the auditor. And you'll notice on the agenda tonight, there's an updated credit card policy. That was a recommendation from him as well. We do have that position budgeted, so it's just a matter of formalizing it and getting to the hiring stage. On a side note, I think we should really look into either a part-time or a full-time secretary for the village manager. Very talented, but I think you need help. You need help doing some administrative clerical stuff. I think your time could be much better spent doing a lot of that. So I think, yeah, an assistant, something.
He's got it, he just hasn't done it yet, you're right.
Phenomenal job, by the way. The mayor, Anthony, and I had a meeting with Jason Garner, Rick Matarese, Tom Augustini, and a couple others about a joint venture with the Southern Tier Community Center. They were getting a feel to see if the municipalities would consider helping the center with our stimulus funds. Obviously, no decisions were made. It was just an exploratory meeting. And since the meeting, we've learned we're going to get a lot less money than we originally anticipated. So it's kind of disappointing. But there are many residents that feel a noise ordinance should be created and enforced. I have been in contact with Brian, the fire marshal, code enforcer, and Chief Gary. It's a lot more complex than I initially thought it would be. So anyways, we're kind of working through that to see if it's feasible and the specifics on that. It's really hard to enforce, so we'll see. I will give an update at a future meeting on my findings with that. I would also like to look at repainting the fish on the Pine Street water tower. It's been a long-standing staple on the north side. Kevin, wherever you are. Also, there is a beautiful new mural on the back of the Cinema Saver recognizing a longtime north side resident, Lisa Ione. I was so impressed that the mural was painted with spray paint. It is a beautiful tribute and it adds great value to our community. I don't know if you've ever tried painting with spray paint, but it's pretty difficult, so it was phenomenal.
Who was it of?
Lisa Ione.
Ione?
That's a nice girl.
So it was very sad, but a beautiful tribute to her and it value to our community. I was able to attend Saturday, but my thoughts were certainly with the family and everything. Anthony, when it gets to your report, could you give an update on the time frame for the new fence and playground at the George W. Johnson Park? I haven't heard anything about that lately. And in regards to tonight's meeting agenda format, it is in violation of our March 1st adopted agenda. The agenda is set by the Board of Trustees and cannot be modified once it has been adopted unless it has been voted upon by the majority vote of the Board of Trustees. With that being said, in addition to the Thomas J. Surio attorney, it is not allowed on the letterhead. It's misleading to the general public. It is on official village letterhead, and it implies that he is a village attorney. For the record, Thomas J. Surreal is in no way affiliated with the Village of Endicott. I make a motion to amend tonight's meeting agenda, July 19th, 2021, to remove Thomas J. Surreal, attorney, from the agenda's letterhead, excuse me.
I'll second.
Motion and second.
Yes.
Roll call. Trustee Anthony?
No.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes. That's all I have, thank you.
That's it?
All right, Bob, if you got anything to
I do.
report on?
Thanks, Mayor. Most of the items I've been working on are on the agenda, so I'll just hold my comments until they come up on the agenda. But there are a couple of things. Update on the Burn Dairy project. The zoning board approved the area variance for that. And it's now in the planning board's hands to review for site plans, special use permit, and an aquifer permit. A little bit, they're doing a traffic study to take a look at the ingress and egress from the site. They're working with Broome County on that. So I expect that will come up again in the August planning board meeting. Be ready for action at that point in time, I would expect. The other thing is I've been working, the state law allows when a police officer leaves employment with the village and takes on another job with another municipality, there's a process under GML 72C to allow us to go recoup some of those training expenses from the other municipality. So I've been in negotiations with Tioga County to recoup some training expenses for an officer that we lost. And today, the county agreed that they're going to reimburse the village close to $20,000 for training expenses.
Good job.
5 months to get them to that point, but I got them there, we got them there. So that'll be money coming in. I think I would expect it to support the fund.
Perfect, thank you.
Anthony, what would you like to tell us?
Well, I'll start off with Trustee Burlingame's question on the park, George W. Johnson Park. So the fencing is kind of behind the St. Anthony's School. That's completed.
Good.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, it's done all the way up to the top there. And the playground, so we're also replacing the upper playground, which is near the carousel, right across from the carousel. That's been ordered. As you know, with most things, everything's kind of on a back order type system now. So we're looking at the end of August at the earliest, probably early September before that equipment comes in. And we don't anticipate it to be a long project to replace it. So our street department, is going to remove the equipment once we know the replacement is in. So, you know, we might have that one that's up there pretty much through the summer season, and then get the new one in as soon as we can. Been working with our grant writers on a couple grants we're looking at for the CFA round. So that's a consolidated funding application through New York State. We have two we're working on right now. It's a planning grant for the Union District. So we did something similar for Washington Ave, I want to say back in 2015-16 timeframe, where really that's the foundation of where all the revitalization starts. So we get some plans together, we get some ideas together, put it in a planning grant, and then once that report is done, we use that to go for further funding for construction and revitalization type projects. So that's one thing we're working on. We're also working on what's called a brownfield opportunity area designation for part of Endicott. And I printed out the report because, with that title, it's interesting to see what it's really about. So this is through the New York State Department of State, obviously a grant opportunity. And describing what a brownfield is. The brownfields are neighborhoods or areas within a community negatively affected by real or perceived environmental conditions. These properties are often underutilized because the contamination or perception thereof has impeded investment and redevelopment, making them an economic and aesthetic drain on localities. There's currently 122 brownfield opportunity areas within New York State, and there's 122 study areas, 44 that have designated brownfield opportunity areas. in the state. Resident is downtown. So we're still developing the application. You know, where we're at, we're looking at a 429 acre site, would be from Bell Ave to Jackson Ave, and from Watson to Main Street. So that square would be what we're looking at. Those aren't definite yet, but it's kind of the area we're looking at now. And also the 1 and 200 blocks of Oak, Odell, and Hill Ave. So right, you know, kind of near here, the Huron campus as well. So we're looking at that. We're developing the application. Those applications are due the end of July, July 30th. So a couple ones there. We also submitted, I think I brought this up last time. We have a CDBG coronavirus grant that we submitted, and that's for, it's really for the police and fire department, kind of the HVAC system and the generator. We have a generator, an old generator. I think we built the building around that provides the backup power to the whole facility. So we submitted that. I've been working with state on that as well. So we've done that, and hopefully the beginning of August it's on their slate to see if it's approved. We might not know for a month or so, but definitely keeping my eye on that. I mentioned the Washington Ave committee. Pretty much everything I had to. It's a large project, 6.2 million. The village share of that is a little over 2.5 million. So really going through a lot of different ideas, and with anything, the more ideas you come up with, the more questions it raises, you know, kind of back to the drawing board type scenario. But I think it's progressing well. Like you said, we're taking our time with it. You know, we probably won't see any construction until next year. This year's really for design. But like I said, it's a large project. Probably, you know, I don't know how often any funding like this is available. So we really want to make sure we do it right. Look at every scenario, incorporate it. You know, it's for Washington Ave, all 3 blocks. It's for the initial the parking lot behind M&T. That's part of the redesign, and 3 gateways. One to be at the corner of North and Washington, Main and Washington, and McKinley Monroe. So all those are really incorporated into this redesign proposal. So you know, pretty excited about that. Like I said, it'll be a large change to the downtown. We had negotiations with our fire department, fire union. That's, I think, the 4th time we've been together, progressing along nicely with that. PBA, we met with the PBA union a week or so ago, so we have a proposal, tentative agreement that's on the agenda tonight that we'll get to, I think, under action. As Mayor mentioned, we met with the IDA, so the local development agency. We just talked about Endicott projects, you know, what's going on in Endicott on our end, what do they see for Endicott. We talked about Washington Avenue and then some upcoming grants. We did talk about that Brownfield grant, which actually they recommended that we go for. I met with one of our engineering firms on some other grants and projects that are upcoming. We have a transportation alternative program. It's an open application right now. The applications are due in September. And really that's for sidewalks, pedestrian walkways, so alternate routes of transportation that we're looking at. So we're going to develop we'd like to do a lot of concrete replacement with that if we can. So we're going to, working with them to develop the webinar on that this week. That's a mandatory webinar before you can apply. So we didn't receive any funding, but it's a nice program. So if we can grants, water infrastructure improvement grants, those will be coming up. Hopefully they're released soon. We do have projects we'd like to submit for that. We have and then SAM grants, which are usually identified by your representatives, local representatives. So you know, we've had a great luck with those recently as well. Working with SEP on the Washington Ave infill project. They had the award. They were successful in the RFP for that. So I've been talking with them lately to see, you know, help them as much as we can with their project. And then obviously we saw the damage at Sertoma Field. We had a call with the insurance company today, so we're getting some. And then, as Eileen mentioned, there's a lot of concrete improvements going on in the village now. So we're working on Watson, and most of the other ones are complete. I think Watson's going to be the last kind of larger concrete project we're doing. And then hopefully within the next few weeks is planned to start some of the street reconstruction. So we have that lined up, end of this month, beginning of next month to start with that. And just on Watson, we did a lot of work there. We're not going to pave that probably until next year because we have some other, NICEAG has to get into some of the areas as well. So that's it. If anyone goes on Oak, I know I've heard that a couple of times. NICEAG is up on Oak Hill, doing a lot of work there. So Oak and Oak Hill is part of our CDBG program for this year. So we have those 3 blocks from Pine Street to Summit on both streets are going to be redone. So they got NICEAG does have a lot of work up there. And then, like I said, we'll get to some of the other streets that we had planned in the next few weeks. And I guess lastly, I mentioned that federal stimulus that the village is going to receive. So our initial estimate from that, and I believe that was from Senator Schumer's office, I believe sent that out earlier this year. We had talked about a $2.8 million figure for the village. To a conference, and they had a different formula. So I looked at that.
It went up, right?
What?
It went up, right?
Yeah, the other way. So like I said, we looked at that. I had to submit a bunch of paperwork into the state. We got a reply from the state that yes, obviously we're eligible, and our funding is $1.2 million. So it's a big difference from what we were thinking we might get to what actually the state is saying we're going to receive.
We thought we were getting 2.8.
We were initially told 2.8, which is what we talked about at the board meetings, but now it's 1.2. It's 1.280 is what we're looking at. Half is paid this year, half is paid to us next year. And there are some restrictions on that. I mean, it's a little more complicated with the restrictions that are involved, but that's what we're looking at for the federal stimulus for Endicott. So that's all I have.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I'll make a couple corrections. I know you guys are frustrated that you really couldn't go to court against Sunjiel and stuff, and that's fine. But the bottom line is it's been gone over a year now. So we really need to move past. I don't care. If they don't come, that's fine. They aren't here, no big deal. I didn't tell them they could come. All I did was put in restrictions for the kind. And the reason I put in restrictions was for that kind of fire, because just before I was fire down, I think it was in Allentown, the same thing happened. It's because they have more than one kind of battery. They mix lithium batteries with car batteries. It's very dangerous. That's the reason for the restriction. But they're gone, so let's just forget about it. We have so much else going on in the
After we spent a year on this, now you want us to forget about it?
Well, it's been gone over a year. It's been gone over a year, and it's gone. It's not coming back. It's not. So we have so much to go. We have so much to talk about. We've got other companies coming. We've got Imperium that's here. We've got their suppliers that are coming. I understand there's a solar manufacturing coming. We've got so many things going on. BAE is ramping up. We've got a lot going on that we need to concentrate on. These are great things. And as soon as we can get, I told Chris Pelso this, and if he's on, he'll hear me. As soon as we can get more companies in here, we're going back to have it reassessed again. We need to start collecting the correct taxes on Huron. It's not fair that they're going to reassess it. No, I'm not happy. And we're going to go after them again once we get some of these companies in, because doggone it, we need the revenue. As far as Altera's concerned, I like the idea. It's a nice project. I'd like mansions up there too. I have no problem with Altera, and I live right down the street from it. And I'm getting the fox in my backyard from it. But that's okay.
Your letter to the editor yesterday was anti-Altera.
No, I'm against paying for it. I'm not against having it. I'm against paying for a private developer's private project, but I'm not against it being there. He just needs to pay for it himself. That's all I'm saying. It being there is not a problem for me. And the last thing is on NICOM rules. Just before the Congress left Albany, Donna Lupardo and some of her cohorts went to the governor and said, I want to change the Zoom rules so that everybody can talk on Zoom, so the board members don't have to come in. And and she told me that the governor said no. So all I'm saying is, we're going to allow people to still talk on Zoom. We just can't have our board members doing that. It's open meetings law, it's the governor, it's not me.
That's not what you said in 10 emails to me over the past month.
No, I kept telling you, you just didn't listen to me. Bob and I talked about it. We said, yes, we're going to have people talk on Zoom. We never had that problem. I don't understand. You gotta start listening to when I tell you things.
No, I don't have to. Go ahead.
The thing is, the governor said the people who speak have to be in here, the board members have to be in here. That's all. That's the only thing. And if you don't like it, you can talk to the governor.
That's what the new meeting rules said, so why would you want to hold them over?
That's right. We would like the public to be able to speak in person and on Zoom.
They already can. Well, we will. We'll go. I'm sure.
So do you want to bring the rules up for them both then?
No, we'll hold it over. You can have your meeting. The next thing is, you're making a big deal of Arturo, which is a great thing, but you're forgetting we still have the HPE project, we still have STEP project, we have other projects that are also coming in for housing. So let's also concentrate on all the great things we have in Endicott. That's all. That's all. So now why don't we go to our special presentation? He kept running long enough.
All right, good evening. Brian
Whatever you want to, Brian.
I'm the fire marshal in the village. A kind of pseudo presentation, pseudo fishing expedition tonight. So typically my job, I get projects or requests that come into my office, and it's pretty black and white. What's the code say? Is it allowed? Is it not allowed? And then if it's not, how do you deal with it? We had a request come in as part of the zoning code. Part of our code, digital messages and signs, and currently it's allowed only on monuments. And then from there, it's much more further restricted. In the last couple weeks, I've had 3 separate inquiries about digital message signs. My determination, I spoke with the village attorney about it. We went through it. The determination is, it's pretty black and white. It's only allowed in general commercial. So I have a project, actually 2 of them came off Washington Ave, that's Central Business District. It's a prohibited thing. As far as relief from that, they could put a variance in and try to get a variance on the zoning law, but we just don't see that they're going to be able to meet the requirements of the variance. So the only other option is to change the law. That's why I'm here. I'm not asking to change it tonight. Like I said, fishing expedition. I don't want to do a bunch of work. I have enough to do to come in here and have you guys blow it out of the water and say no. So the board would need to change the zoning code to allow the digital messages. I don't think it should be a blanket open it up. I think that causes more problems than it's worth. However, I do think digital message signs serve a purpose. This village, not to speak ill of the village, but we're stuck in like the 18th century, give or take. This might bring us to like the 19th. If you look over across the village or across the river in Vestal, they have 2 big ones, and I pulled their code and looked at it. Those are considered gateway signs for them. It's a very specific thing. I think it could promote the village. There is one already that I think is doing a halfway decent job. I think it's better. I've talked to the mayor and some other people. I personally, I think if the village spent the money and threw one at the golf course, it would be awesome. Mm-hmm. What's that across the river over in Vestal? I think it could be a huge benefit to businesses, promote the village activities, congratulate sports teams, whatever it is. There's all kinds of things it could be used for. Like I said, it can't just be a blanket thing. It definitely needs some oversight. Like I said, I've talked to a handful of people about it. There seems to be a decent consensus that whatever it is needs to go to a special permit no matter what. obviously more restrictions than just that. You know, maybe just one other zoning district, you know, maybe all the commercial zoning districts. I don't know. We don't want them all over the place, obviously. We don't want a bunch of flashing lights and scrolling messages. You know, you get onto Main Street with something like this and it becomes a huge issue because it's a DOT thing. So we got to be careful with it. But like I said, I think there's a use for it. And I think the village needs to start looking forward. I deal with the zoning code all the time, and it's a lot of things that contradict itself. The SEP project was mentioned. I'm dealing with that right now. We're trying to get that pushed through without forcing variances and everything else on them. It's definitely a chore, but I think this is some research on Vestal's law, because I know, skip looking at like the town or Johnson City because that's a joint zoning code. They all came from the same base code. There's been very few changes, so they're not have anything different than us. But I knew Vestal had something, so I looked at that, and I think with help from Bob, we can sit and kind of come up with an idea. If you guys are interested in looking at this and get it out there, let's try to get this taken care of. The one project, we're kind of on a time crunch. I mean, they were on a time crunch when they came to me for the permit, and I had to tell them, you can't do it. There's no way. So hopefully we can get something moved along. That's pretty much what I got. I mean, talked to a couple of trustees. I think we can do this. I think, like I said, I'm not looking to put a digital message on every business on the app, on every business on Main Street. That's a bit of a
Digital sign is pretty astronomical anyway, so I don't think just anyone could afford typically to put a digital sign. I support changing the law to allow digital signs with restrictions in place. It has to have some oversight. I'm probably not the one to come up with the oversight. I would rely on someone like you and Bob for that. I wouldn't do it for just this this particular sign. I think it would have to be a blanket, obviously, for everyone.
Yeah.
Within districts or.
I mean, we looked at this. There's really no way that the village board has zero authority to overrule any zoning law. The zoning, I have authority to interpret it. Zoning board has authority to grant variances and appeal and hear appeals on my decision. And then you're into legal issues. The village board can change the law. So the village board can't say, grant that sign permit, let them put that up. That's an illegal order, essentially. I can't do that. But if we can get the law revamped to make the entirety of the village or specific zoning districts that it fits in more useful and better suited for it.
And the movie theater signs are kind of a digital sign already, semi-digital in a way. Maybe we could even just have something where they're allowed to have signs.
We looked at, and we thought about that, but like I said, I've gotten 2 other requests on this since the first one. And I don't think the village wants.
We have, I think,
allow something for one business and exclude and potentially get into.
The problem we have in Endicott is we've got, Alberta, how many billboards do we have in town? 30 or 40 of them? In town.
But that's part of the stuff we could deal with. And billboards, since you mentioned it, I mean, you get out of New York and maybe Pennsylvania, I'm not sure, but you get down into like Maryland and farther south, billboard is digital. I don't think that's something we want in our village, and it could be addressed and dealt with that.
Every billboard around the border of Philadelphia is digital, a TV screen.
And that's how they change it. They just go in and get on the computer and plug it in and blast it out, and they change, you know, out of what it is and whatnot, so they get multiple.
I knew it would be Lena.
That's how they get more advertising, because if they can have, 10 different
Good
companies
message.
on that one sign and rotate them through, even if it's just 2, and flip them back and forth every so often, you're getting twice as much advertising. That's something we gotta figure out, and I don't know if, there are a ton of billboards in the village. I have a list, and they pay their sign fee, because they change them every year, multiple times a year, and we charge them every year for a new permit for those. Maybe that's something else, I really haven't thought about that, but maybe I need to reach out to Park Outdoor and see if they have any input on that, if that's something we want to look into. Like I said, I don't think elected in specific districts, I think makes a huge difference for the village.
Talk about a time constraint. What's that all about? EPAC
The
needs
signs,
an answer?
they're ready to put it up.
Mhm.
They can't,
Wow.
so,
Yeah, I think
Ready
it's,
to go now? You ready to put it up now?
no, because I can't, because we have to change them,
How long would it take them to,
It's at Jack's.
oh,
That's what I was, when the guy from Jack's Signs came in, said, it's at my shop. Like, well,
I want to be all for it. You got my support. And about, you talked about down near Enjoy. Is there someone approaching you about,
no, that's just my
about
own.
your idea?
I mean, the one that's up on Main Street, I've had people actually tell me, oh, I didn't realize that was privately owned. I thought that was a village sign, like a gateway, like the ones in Vesco. No, that's a privately owned sign. But, that's the other end, that's the other gateway. There's cars that come through. I mean, I don't think the third gateway is coming in McKinley off 26. I just don't see where that really works. But down there, if you get it far enough off the street so DOT's not losing their mind on it, that's a great place to put it.
Brian, there's a person who has a question.
Hearing of visitors is coming up.
He's actually the applicant that got denied.
He represents EPAC, I was
Yeah.
He's the what?
He's
the
the applicant
applicant.
for the sign that I
Oh,
had
okay.
denied.
I represent EPAC, if I could just speak, I don't know if you need any
You're fine.
further explanation or even just a question, you just mentioned the gateway. You did say McKinley and Monroe, we are at McKinley and Monroe. I want to also just tell you, this is not a private, purchase of a sign. We're a nonprofit charitable organization, this is a community project, part of the Village of Endicott project, from the Greater Binghamton Fund, from New York State, that was awarded 3 years ago. We've been working on it for years with the village, the town, with the county, with the state. And now it's actually coming to fruition, and we need, to change, the word is amend. The words for that, but that's basically the process of amending the zoning requirements for this. We're talking about advertising signs, we're talking about the Village of Endicott project.
And if it's on this sign, then all these billboards, that's not advertising products where everything else is.
EPAC staple on Washington Avenue, and this will go hand in hand with the Washington revitalization project.
That's what we talked about.
You also mentioned the word monument.
That was, I was reading, that's what the code says right now. Currently, digital messages are only allowed on monument-style signs in the general
Yeah.
commercial district.
What is a monument?
The 2 that are on Main Street are both monument-style signs.
Monument like at a cemetery.
I see.
This is a marquee.
But can you call his
Everyone knows what we're talking about. We're not talking about a sign on the ground. We're not talking about a gateway sign or anything like that. We're talking about this marquee
Very unique
that's been on
situation.
Washington Avenue for over 50 years. It used to say lyric, and now then it sounds, now it says, in fact, and we would like it to say more.
Brian, what kind of information would you like us to give you so that you could go ahead and not waste your time, but we want to give you permission to check into this? What
Change the
would you
zoning.
like us to do?
So-
I was trying to fish to see if I have a majority, and I think I
So
do.
could we
but-
get
Can we vote?
Bob to start working with you on redeveloping
We're
our?
already working, I just, like
Yeah.
I said, I want I'm not gonna do a ton of work, try to get the laws changed and figure out what we want and, you know, back and forth on it, to come in and have 3 trustees be like, nah, we're not interested in.
I want to make a motion to approve this. For you to go
I think there's, no, you can't. No, this is a zoning change.
We can't approve it without something to approve.
No, we
There's
wanted
no
to make a
proposal.
motion to approve to have Bob and Ryan start working on this, and let's show him that we're all together, that's all.
So it could be a motion to authorize
Yes.
the attorney for the village to draft
Right.
a law amending
Sure.
Right.
Yes,
digital signs.
Right.
and I'll second that, because we do want to do that.
What's the wording, Bob?
Motion to authorize the attorney for the village to draft a law amending the zoning code to allow digital signs. And then Brian and I will work together to figure out what the parameters are and what districts, and we'll present it to you.
And, I mean, if we have to at some point, when we think we are close, you know, we could come to a work session and throw it at you guys to see if, you know, there's concerns, to have you look at it before it comes up for a vote, obviously, because it's a huge change for this village.
Forward.
I agree, I think it is. It's a step.
They bring so many people, they bring so many people, and EPAC is just very important to us, so, yeah.
And what, Mr. Fode said about the sign itself, based on the terminology in the zoning code, marquee, which is what that is not defined. So has to be defined as a awning or canopy. And if you start advertising or putting signs on it, it falls into the sign laws, which is where we're at with it. I would love nothing more than just together, but
But there's also a difference,
me on the line.
there's also a difference of putting words on something, the name of a movie.
Is there a plan to advertise outside the
Discussion with them, I don't think so, but the problem with the digital sign is all it takes is the type of what's on a computer, and next thing you know, there's, you know, an advertisement for Domino's Pizza on or something. And then now that's more work for my office. I gotta go give them a hard time. So if we could figure that all out ahead of time.
Well, what we could do is allow advertisements only for whatever the business is on the property where the sign is. So that's gonna certainly limit type of sign. It wouldn't allow for the sign that you talked about.
No, but, and we could look at it also and add a section for, like, if it's something the village is interested in, add a gateway sign, which is very specific to where it is, what it is, you know, and even push more approval on that, you know, if we want to. But there's a lot to it. We could completely rewrite the sign code, you know, with the way it's written now, and looking at just one other municipality, Vestal, could completely rewrite it to open it up. Theirs is more open than ours, but different municipalities. So
We do it in a two-step process, and I think time is of the essence for this particular issue. So maybe we tackle just the issue in front of us, but also, as we have more time, take a good rewrite of the whole the sign law.
Good idea. So is anyone gonna second me?
I seconded you.
Are you gonna do that by yourself? I'll help you.
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Okay, Mayor Jackson?
Yes.
Okay.
Very good.
just on a
Thank you, Brian.
one other quick note, part of the problem with this is, and I mentioned the SEP project, same thing is, everything zoning and planning comes through my office. So if it hasn't come through my office in the preliminary planning stages, when it comes through my office for permits and it's not right, don't have a choice but to deny it. and address it. We figured it out with the SEP project, but for a second there, the minute they start with that project, they needed a variance. So like I said, we figured that out, but this is the same thing, and when I see guys at EPAC, my final statement on it was, in the last 3 years we've been working on this, did you ever come in, or anybody come into the code office to ask if this was okay? And it wasn't just from them, it was from this building as well. Nobody came and asked if this is possible. Because it very quickly could have looked at it and said, nope.
I think you summarized it pretty good, Bob. If it's something that's being done on that property, then it'd be okay. But if you're advertising McDonald's or Burger King or something, wouldn't that probably be appropriate?
I don't see that happening, but yeah.
No,
you're right.
You gotta have it in writing though.
Yeah, well, I agree.
So, I mean, I've heard a bunch of things of different projects that are coming up and ideas and thoughts and this and that, and we had a meeting with a couple of the trustees, the mayor and I ended up on a Zoom meeting about, a possible project at Kmart. Again, the way it popped up, I had to tell them, no, it's a prohibited use. So if you want to try to do something, you have to come with a variance to get approval for it first. So the office is there, it's a phone call, I think it's easier to get me involved ahead of time to say, I think you're good with this, or no, X, Y, and Z, than to have it come 3 years in, and now we're backtracking to get things done and trying to get it done quick, which you guys know, you've changed a handful of laws. It's not a fast 3 years process. So, all right, I appreciate the support.
Thank you, Brian.
We'll get working on that and hopefully get this done soon.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
The next thing is Endicott citizens. That was the certificates.
Oh,
We just didn't want them to wait.
oh, okay.
Right, okay, good idea. All right, then we come to the public hearing. We've come to the part of our meeting for a public hearing of comments. This public hearing time is set up exclusively for the main topic advertised in the paper. Comments on other topics must wait to be addressed when we have a hearing of visitors, which is right after that. We ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. It's not time to debate with the board, only for comments. If you do want to, please leave your name and contact information. We will get back to you in writing within a timely manner. We will ask the people here first, and then Anthony go on to Zoom if there's somebody who would like to speak. So if anyone would like to speak, please come forward. Sure, come on up.
She knows right where the podium is.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Campbell. I'm an attorney with Hinman, Howard & Cattell, and I represent the applicant. I'll have standing behind me, a very tall person, Anthony Panicia. He is a professional engineer and a principal of Delta Engineering, also representing the project. We are here tonight, as I'm sure you all are, to hear and take careful notes on the public comments that are being offered with respect to this project. We are also working on establishing the cost of various municipal infrastructure so that we understand those costs and how those will be paid for. We also need to respond to the county comments that were provided a few months ago, so we are working on that. The environmental review has not been completed yet. So I do notice in your agenda later on that you do have it on for a resolution or a local law. We are not requesting a vote this evening. We think that would be premature. And so we just wanted to make that very clear. Anthony just wanted to give you a few comments with what? No. Yeah, we don't want to vote. I'm sure
we don't want to vote.
Yeah,
We want to withdraw 15C from your agenda.
Thank you.
Thanks, appreciate that.
Sure, Mr. McCurdick would have a few things to say about a vote anyway.
I didn't think it was going to be on the agenda.
Just
I think that might have been a mistake. I'm not sure.
Just a technical meeting, we would ask to be placed on the agenda for that. If you choose not to close your public hearing tonight, then either way, to extend it or to close it is fine. Thank you very much.
I think I just want to make 3 comments. You guys can have one is on the 239 review. We haven't received a response from the county. On the 239 review, we haven't received a response from the county. We'll resubmit that, so they have the 30-day review for the 239. Secondly, on the tax revenue that the village will get, if the property is not developed, it's only $70,000 over the next 20 years. If the property is developed, $16.1 million will come to the village from the development of that property. And then lastly, there seems to be some concern about cost sharing. We met with your water engineers about 4 months ago. At that time, we were going to design a pump station to bring potable water and fire protection water to Rocky's facility. They told us if Rocky would share in the costs, well, they told us that if we run a line from Monday to Cornell, the water pressure to the 125 or 150 homes above that would increase significantly and produce enough water pressure for the different development. Rocky agreed verbally in that meeting to pay a cost. I said in that meeting, the village said, well, he should pay 100% of it. And I said, well, he really shouldn't, because 125 families are also going to benefit from that. But he agreed to a portion of that. What we said we would do is we would design the plans, submit it to the village. Whatever the village came up with the estimate that was in alignment with our internal estimate, Rocky would pay a portion of that. Rocky's agreed to that. We are having a meeting in the next week with the village to go over those shared costs. So when people are saying that Rocky's not paying his share of the water, he is. Also, there's going to be a road development, and we will work with the village to pay the developer's portion of the road. And I think if there's any other concern about his shared costs, we will work through those like we do with every municipality. With that, I'll open up the questions. I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
So Anthony, Hunt offered agreement with you for helping with the shared price.
No, Hunt provided us that if we put in a line from Vermont Ave to Cornell, it would increase the water pressure. Somebody from the village, and I don't recall who was on the phone call, I think it was your head at the water department, said, would you guys share in that cost? And we said, absolutely, verbally in that meeting. Then the follow-up question was, will you pay 100% of it? And Rocky looked at me and I said, absolutely not. I said, there's 125 families that will benefit with increased water pressure, just like when he built the development up on Groats and Overton, all those homes had increased water pressure. I don't think he should pay for the village's 125 other families that do not get that water pressure. But he will pay his portion, and I'll tell you it's a cent.
So my water department supervisor told you that. I wonder if my water board supervisor comments. You don't want to talk, Kevin, you don't have to.
I don't think you need to put him on the spot. He didn't come here for that.
I'll pass. I'll wait till, meeting on Wednesday.
Thank you, but I still have your letter, so thank you, Kevin. Thank you. I just wanted to ask, okay.
Yes.
Mr. DeFrancesco, I assume will be paying a whopping water bill for all the water they'll be using up there. Won't that be kind of a plus to the water department's coffers, I would assume?
I would assume as well, right. With 120 units, yes.
Yeah. Some people don't seem to understand that there's so many fiscal positive things for this thing. It's such a no-brainer, I can't believe it.
I think the one thing many people don't understand, first of all, to build a $20 million project, you have to be a pretty big developer. Secondly, you have to secure it with a bank with other assets, or else you don't get a loan. So he has significant risk. And he still has to rent out all 120 apartments in order to make it viable. So the pilot program that was initiated allows him to have that phased approach where he can get all those 120 units over the next 3 years before the pilot really becomes in effect. But the village benefits, he benefits, and that's a good thing about a partnership.
Another question, Anthony. You mentioned about the road. You're talking about Sky Island. You're not talking about his private road.
I'm talking about his private road.
You want us to help pay for his private road?
No. The private road, in other municipalities, the top coat is always put on by the municipality. I don't know what the village ordinance is, and I haven't spoken to your village department, but we have a meeting to go over it. Rocky will install the water, the sewer, the gas. the curbs, the base, but usually the top coat is done by the village, but I don't know what it is here at the village. I haven't done it since 5 years ago, so I'll have to, that's the whole purpose of the meeting in the next couple of weeks, help resolve the water issue and the road issues. But I'm sure that we will agree. Well, Sky Island, that was brought up last week, and I don't understand if that road is in effect right now, and he hasn't had one car go on that road, why the village would expect him to pay for doing anything to that road. Now, if the village has a plan that in the next 5 years they're going to remodel that road and they can apportion 20% of the traffic to that road, then I'm sure Rocky would consider it. But what I heard last week was that you wanted to have him pay from Franklin all the way up to the development to redo Sky Island, and I don't see why a developer would do that. He hasn't used the road once.
Well, first of all, you can't say you heard unless, I mean, come on, we all know.
I heard from one of your trustees.
Well,
But why we wanted to do that, Anthony, was because we thought with the construction trucks going for the next 3 years, I was talking to Stacy Duncan from the agency, and she said that when you give a pilot to a company, she was talking about wind and solar, when you give a pilot to a company and they're going to have significant road construction on that, whether it be trucks or vehicles with 120 apartments, you're figuring 200 cars, then they should start paying for the road maintenance from now on. And that's with wind and solar too.
No way.
So I thought at least if they would fix it, if the construction truck.
I think Rocky will consider it, and it should be apportioned based on what you're talking about with solar, and those are big trucks, 70,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Similar to what you see with Whitesmith. Rocky's not gonna have 70,000 pound trucks driving on the road.
Okay.
Anthony, we've dealt with this for a long time. When Linda says something, she's only talking for herself. She's not talking for the.
Oh, yeah, I'm only talking just you and me, Anthony.
Because she doesn't tell us these things. We don't know anything about it till today.
I just know there's a lot of inaccuracies out there, and I told Rocky to not come to this meeting, and Sarah and I would handle all the questions, because as the engineer of record, we know everything we're doing on the project. We worked with your local engineer, engineers, to come up with this plan, and we're meeting with your water department and any other municipal department next week to look at shared costs. But for someone to say he's not interested in sharing costs, that's an absolute not true statement.
Thank you. I have one thing I wanted to emphasize to you, sorry, Pat, that you said, that the overriding benefit of this, if that property stays, and you just said this, as it is, with rocks and weeds and trees, we will get in the next 20 years, $75,000 in taxes.
It's $3,500 a year times 20 years is $70,000.
With the project, we will get $16 million.
Whole project now.
Kind of a no-brainer.
Right?
No, the tax benefit to the village is 16.1. The project's gonna cost over $20 million.
Okay, so how much they'll be paying in taxes in 23 years?
I don't have the DBA pilot in front of me, but the DBA pilot was worked out with Anthony, the town of Union, and the agency, so it's very fair to all parties. I don't want to misspeak because there's a 22.5-year pilot, and if I give you the wrong number, I just know that over the whole 22.5 years, it's $16.1 million. Yes, Pat?
Yeah, what Ted said was true about some of the mayor's comments. Back to this thing yesterday in the paper, talking about the infrastructure problems. She wonders why we get a little upset about the misrepresentation. Going back to Sunjiel, which she doesn't like to hear about, she wanted to ship 2,000 pounds of batteries every hour to that facility with no DOT studies, nothing. Now we're trying to nitpick over a couple of tractor trailers or dump trucks going up there. Absolutely ridiculous. So you ought to give it up and just
You're
go.
wrong about Sunjiel, you're only bringing 2 trucks a day.
Eileen, do you support her on all this stuff?
It's over with, but you have a track record that's getting a little wacky, so.
Just curious.
Like it's gone. Get over it. Who cares if it's here or not?
Eileen, did you have a
We're
question?
working on today's project.
no, thank you.
Well, this is today's project.
No, I mean, we're
We're throwing a monkey wrench in right now.
Does anybody have any other further questions?
Anthony.
Thanks, Anthony.
The meeting on
It's Wednesday, right? Yeah.
I know you said next week, so I'm sure.
I saw one invite for next Wednesday, and I saw one for this Wednesday.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure, so I said to the next one. We will get it addressed.
think you had said, Sarah, that you think it's not
It won't be because we were not aware that the village didn't forward all the information for the 239 review to the county. Now, the county has 30 days to do a 239 review. They've already seen it once. So I'm assuming they're going to turn it back in relatively short time period, a couple of weeks. But I don't know if we would be ready for that meeting. But do you have a second meeting that month? Or
August 16th.
I think that's the meeting we'd prefer to be at. That way we can have the 239, the seeker, and anything else, and work out the cost sharing so that it's in the resolution.
I can understand the block here. Is it from the village to the county or the county? Because if there's a roadblock within the village, we ought to get that fixed to the county. I'm kind of confused.
Well,
He didn't transfer the information
Brian's
to them.
for his office, but
He may have not known he had to forward it, so I think it's,
he did send in the documentation for the 239 review, and we received a response back. I think it's just sending in the amended plans for them to comment on.
right. And I think we sent them to you, but maybe we didn't tell them we didn't forward them. So we will resend them with a written instruction on what needs to be done.
Okay.
I think, Pat, I think that's not a municipality issue. I think it was
Well,
just a
The way
miscommunication
the way
issue.
things are going these days, I wouldn't be surprised.
No, I don't
Block
think so.
someplace. Sorry to be so,
Okay.
pessimistic.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Hello. So my name is Diane Ferranti-Lecter, and I am here this evening to respond to some of the information that has been given about the Altura project. Address. My address is 58 Rose Lane, Johnson City.
You live in Johnson
So
City?
I am speaking, thank you. I am.
You live in Johnson City?
Yes, I do. And I think Mr. Thomas lives in, I don't know, somewhere in the North Country, in the North Country. But okay, so, I'm here to discuss some of this information and to set the record straight. As a matter of fact, I was present at the IDA meeting when the pilot was approved. There was some discussion, significant discussion, around the water issues that would be created with the development. And in fact, Mr. Panicia said that the project will not work without additional design. Mr. Panicia also said if Rocky helps pay for the installation, there will be plenty of water. Now, why did Mr. Panicia say or have to make the point that there would be plenty of water? The reason why is that in the event of a fire at the Altura development, as designed, there would not be enough water pressure to fight the fire. So this is important information for residents to have. Beyond that, in 2017, the New York State Comptroller did an audit of the Village of Endicott under the previous administration. And he recommended that the village undertake water rate increases because the water systems were not adequately funded. This current board refuses to raise the rates to bring them in line with surrounding municipalities. And my question is, $20 million for a pilot, which, by the way, is going to create 8 jobs. 8. Don't take my word for it. Look at the IDA paperwork. Don't take my word for what Mr. Panicia said or what Mr. DeFrancesco said. Read the transcript, the IDA transcript. Look at the video. It's all there. It's outrageous to think that the board would even consider giving Mr. DeFrancesco a pass on this. And by the way, another point I'd like to make, where is the contract between the board and Mr. DeFrancesco? I've asked for it several times. Is there a contract? Because that contract should have a clawback provision in it. You're talking about a 20-year IDA pilot in lieu of taxes. In lieu of taxes. What happens if Mr. DeFrancesco goes out of business in that 20 years?
Amen.
The Village of Endicott residents going to get any of that money back? No, you won't, because there's no agreement, there's no contract, there's no clause. So, you know, and by the way, they keep saying, oh, it's gonna share in the cost. What is the percentage, by the way? Don't know that, because there's not a contract. Yes, I will, give this up at this time. This is ridiculous.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a choice, because you did such a good talk there, of writing you a check for 75,000 or 16 million. Which would you rather have?
I would rather have a project in place that's
You're not
not going to cause further damage. By the way, that hill, as it has developed, is going to create a lot of runoff, is it not? Has anyone done a study of the water runoff?
Yes. And when you use the term "we," do you mean you from Johnson City and us from Endicott?
I mean, we, the people. Yes. I'm a town of Union resident. Whatever costs are borne by the Village of Endicott that cannot be paid will ultimately fall on the town.
And as far as somebody going out of business, there's a thing called foreclosure.
Yes,
Bank takes it.
I think I'm aware. And?
Well, you're worried about him going out of business. The bank takes it. We don't have to worry about that.
You're underwriting the cost. Do you think the pilot's gonna go away if he goes out of business? Then you haven't done your homework. You're gonna be stuck with the cost no matter what. Sorry, trustee.
And
you have not done your homework.
And you are wrong about the Board of Trustees not raising the water rates. The Board,
Said raise them.
excuse me, the water,
Please don't
excuse
misquote
me.
I'm going to interrupt you if you misquote me. I said raise them to fall in line with surrounding municipalities. There's a difference.
So what I was gonna say was, this board does not raise or lower rates. We have a water board that does that, and it's autonomous from our board.
And you must approve them, correct?
No, we don't have to approve anything.
Mayor Jackson?
Yes, the water board sets the rate. We raised it 7.5% to pay for what we already had spent, like on Hayes Avenue and like that. We asked to pay for an extra 1.5% to start paying for the infrastructure and the new filters we need, and this board did not unanimously agree.
Right, and the controller has recommended that time and time again. It has the same
More than that even.
This board voted to increase the water rate 7.5% this year. They asked for an additional 1.5%. Three of us supported raising the rates to 9%. Two did not. The majority could have, if they wanted to, increase the rates 9%. We had the vote.
No, but you said the system is adequately funded.
There was a motion made, and it passed as
Do it
is.
now. You can do it now. As soon as this public comment is over, you can make a motion to raise the rate another 1.5%, so that your system is adequately.
That would have to go through the water board. The water board does that. I just explained that.
Actually, the water board gave us
I
permission.
know, you really like to mansplain things to people, to women, don't you?
Come on.
Oh, man. Get out of here.
That's just ridiculous.
Sure, Anthony.
There was a couple inaccuracies in her statement. And I'm going to just correct them.
Only a couple?
She said not as designed. We engineers are problem solvers. We noticed that there was low water pressure. We put in a pump station. After speaking with the village, and he's not in his head, they gave us the recommendation, replace the pipe from Vermont Ave to Cornell. That would increase all the water pressure, and it does meet the fire protection and the potable water. So therefore, it is as designed. We can't design something unless we know there's a problem. Once they tell us the problem, it's our job to fix it. So your statement was inaccurate. Secondly, on the water increase, I have no say in that. That's going to be discussed. Third, when you talk about 6 jobs, 8 jobs, what you forget is construction jobs. Construction jobs, listen, construction jobs, let me finish. Construction jobs are seasonal. They go from job to job to job. I look at that, you got 3 things: direct jobs, indirect jobs, and induced jobs. When you do a $20 million project, you get over 150 jobs that are either direct, indirect, or induced. So for you to say 6, that's when he's all done. But it does create a lot of jobs during construction, and those guys.
Why don't you tell the people how you financed Mr. Dorner and Mr. Burlingame's campaign?
Why don't you go look at my PAC and see, I donate to Republicans and Democrats. I don't donate to just one person.
Everybody can look at
and then when you talk about water runoff, we have a stormwater prevention pollution plan under New York state law. We design it so that the water
goes in detention ponds and retention ponds. If you look at the facility we did for Rocky DeFrancesco the first time,
Talk to us, Anthony.
There is no water that is going on Franklin Street. They are going into the 3 retention or detention ponds, and it's eliminated a huge sidewalk issue that you guys have saw. So I just don't like when people attack me and it's not accurate, and I'm just rebuttaling. And on the callback, you go through the foreclosure process, you still get a building, and you work with the next person who owns the building. So I just want you to know that I don't like when people personally attack.
I do have one question.
You had your hand raised.
I do have one question from this lady. Why are you coming down? Why are you coming?
Do I have the floor again, Mr. Warner?
All right, all right.
Are you giving me the?
All right, all right. Okay, Ted, you're done?
Leave her alone, okay?
He's at the podium, so let's let Mr. Colella speak.
Yes, I have a few objections. Michael E. Colella, 524 West Main Street, 121 West Main Street. I object, first to having Tom Serio's attorney on this paper that is handed out. He has no official position in the village.
That doesn't have anything to do with the public hearing.
We have a rule, you can't interrupt while someone's
This is
talking.
a public hearing, though. You have to talk about what's on the public hearing. No, it is not.
No, it's a public hearing.
No, this is about Elvira.
Hearing's next.
When's the hearing?
Next.
Right after this.
Right after that. We'll have to go down. Unless you'd like to talk about Altura.
We want to talk about our own personal problems in the Village of Endicott, please. My name
It has
is...
to be on the Altura project.
We're just talking about the Endicott.
That's next.
That'd be next.
Very good.
That's what he was talking about.
I know, that's why he sat down.
Demo.
But first of all, I have to make sure, does anybody else want to talk about the Altura project before we go on? Yes, Mr. Fiedler, sit down. Go ahead.
Chair of the board, thank you for allowing me. As most of you have heard already, I did do property management for over 1 million square feet of commercial property. So I know a lot of the rules and regulations and the things that have to be done. There's a lot of misinformation that's coming from this board. And sometimes I feel it is so palpable that mommy and daddy are fighting.
It's palpable and it's unproductive. What's even more unproductive is the false information that is coming in the media from members of this board, or members of this board. So I read it and I had answered it on Facebook. Some of the answers I'm going to have to redo that I have already posted. But everything that was stated in what was in the media recently, everything is incorrect, point by point by point. The company Mr. DeFrancesco is part of, is a big part of, he's already proven that he is a good neighbor for what he already accomplished on Franklin Avenue in phase 1. The properties there are stunning on the outlooks of the circles when you go upstairs. They're just stunning. They are all sprinkled. Do you know that there's fire safety up there for every single building? Okay. So what he is doing here, and he had repeated with me, because I like to speak to the horse's mouth, okay? And he has said, George, I've already proved myself a good neighbor. We've already had major discussions with everybody involved, the IDA, the planning board, with the village, the trustees, that there will be shared governance financially, discussed that it has to be fair. Now, as far as Sky Island Drive, that road is a disaster, and its recent repairs is patched for decades. Okay, I lived in Endicott since footed pajamas. I had been visiting here. Okay, and I'm 66 now, and that road. When I saw Endicott's condition when I first came back and got stuck here because of COVID for the past 2 years, the erosion is severe from that hill. That gentleman who's developing up there is not responsible for the erosion that comes down that hill at all, because he's not going to disrupt that hill. But he has offered to be part of the solution. That's how he works. That's how he is. He's not doing anything underhandedly. Every representatives here are open book. They can answer your questions without an attack. And I spoke to him point by point of everything that was posted in this note that was on Press Connect. And everything was really incorrect. George, I'm paying for everything, basically. There's always going to be a shared benefit for some issues, but the rest he's taken care of. Endicott is not going to share a burden. It's not going to experience a burden. You have to look at the point, and you got to speak to the horse's mouth. And his representatives are here. And they're telling the truth. And it wouldn't have passed to the point where the IDA said yes, the planning board said yes, the trustees said yes. It wouldn't have passed if all the important points in reference to fire safety, water pressure, and cleanliness of the water. Now, as far as the percentage of the payment for the water, it's kind of hard to raise the price of water when there's a lot of homes that have brown water. Pictures that are posted are ugly. Trustees that voted were thinking of you. This was not to be mommy voting against daddy and daddy voting against mommy. This was really a heartfelt decision. How can you do that? I like to be part of the solution. And Mayor, I have been with you on all your meetings, and you know I want to be a part of the solution. And when I hear the word problem, in my mind, I go to opportunity to erase the problem.
George, it is over 3 minutes. I really
Thank you.
cut you off. You want to finish your sentence, so go ahead.
No, it's okay. I appreciate the time you did grant me. I really do.
Thank you, George.
Fantastic. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the Altura project? Anyone? All right, then we will. Oh, I'm so sorry. We've got to check Zoom. Sorry.
If there's anyone on Zoom who would like to speak on this public hearing topic of the Altura project, if you go to the reactions tab, raise your hand, or if you're on phone only, if you hit *9, that will raise hand as well.
All right, I don't see anyone, so we will close this, what?
I don't recommend we close the public hearing,
Okay.
because that then triggers timelines.
Oh.
For us to take a vote, if we're not ready for that. I recommend we have a motion to continue the public hearing.
We do have a hand raised, Anthony, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, sure.
Steve House?
Yeah, why is Ted Warner wearing a mask?
You have a question on the public hearing? Muted him.
Oops. Moving on. All right, then may I have a motion to, how do I want to word it?
I would do a motion to continue the public hearing to August 16th at 6 p.m.
I'd like a motion for that, please.
I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing on August 16th at 6 p.m.
I'll second it.
Project.
I'd like a second.
Second.
Okay.
Roll call. Trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, guys. Now we're going to come to our hearing of visitors. This is our part of the agenda where we have our first 2 hearing of visitors. We ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. Speak only once at each hearing, and please do not repeat information that's been presented. It's not a time to debate with the village board, but rather we're offering an opportunity to respectfully share your concerns with us. Remember to follow Robert's rules of decorum. Under open meetings law regulations, there's no foul language, no harassment, personal attacks, or bullying of the presiding officer or the board members during a meeting. With that being said, we encourage anyone wishing to speak regarding the Village of Endicott to please come forward and clearly state your name and address for the record. Is there, we already have somebody who wants to ask if there's somebody.
Michael Kalala, 524 West Main Street, 121 West Main Street. I was the 19th mayor of Endicott. Things are a little different. I see one of my trustees here this evening, Alfredo Fiargasa. I object to this heading with Thomas Serial attorney but he is not really part of the village. Why isn't my name up there as Michael E. Colella, ophthalmologist? Why can I not be appointed by Pat Dorner to be his assistant and sit up behind him? I object to these gentlemen sitting where they're sitting. They are part of the public. They're not part of the village board, yet they're sitting in front of the position. I think the present mayor of Endicott should learn the difference between truth and untruth. And there are plenty written in Cicero and other of the Greek philosophers that can aid you in your development of truth.
Make it general, please. I'm asking.
General, I think the mayor needs to read
Very good.
the philosophers on truth. So I would like to hear from the mayor why his name, the serial attorney, is here sitting in a prominent position when we, the public, which they are really truly part of, are sitting back here.
Do you want me to answer? I
Yeah.
put his name on the agenda so you people would know who he was.
That's
I
not
didn't
an
want
agenda.
somebody to just come in and sit here. He
Wait.
is my attorney. I am allowed to have one.
But
And I'm
are
not-
you allowed to put his name on the heading as a village?
I only put it there because I needed to put it somewhere, and I wanted you people to know who he was. I mean, give me a break. Did you want to know who he was? Are you, were you
Linda,
interested?
I would like to know, I would like everybody to know who this lady is. Can we put her name on next month?
Sure, Maria, I'd love to have you on the agenda.
That's not who that's not who I appointed it, but that's a,
You're Mayor, using my time, 3 minutes, please. Please be still. Are you personally paying for these gentlemen?
Yes.
You're paying lawyers from Syracuse charge $300 an hour. Are you paying $900 for these gentlemen?
I'm not telling you what I'm paying. I'm not telling you who I'm paying.
Well, I think we should have the trustees vote the bills very carefully to make sure that we're not paying for your attorney.
You can't go into my private finances. They're private.
And could I ask if one of the trustees could appoint me as their assistant so I can sit up here?
If you're an assistant and you're not an attorney, I don't care where you sit.
Okay. I can sit up next to you.
Oh, you know what? Come on over here. Come on over here and sit right next to me.
Thank you.
But no playing footsie.
Thank you, Mayor.
Rather have you up there.
I guess, Valerie gets to come up here next, right?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
We're here tonight because we live in the village of Endicott. I've lived here over 21 years. Rick lived here.
I've been here 23, well, I lived in Endicott all my life, 52 and plus years. And then I had the unfortunate problem of moving down into town. And after the village here.
Village people.
And, there's an ongoing issue with noise. And Nick, I think your name is, please make the noise ordinance happen. I am tired of it, my neighbors are tired of it. And if I can hand out a couple things to you guys, I have talked to the village, the chief of police. And, I got a couple pieces over here, just hand them out.
Yeah.
Thank you. But 806 Monroe Street.
he doesn't have to tell that if he doesn't want to.
I don't want to tell that then, thank you. You don't want to move my house. Anybody want to buy my house? Make me an offer tonight. Because I am here.
Get out of my seat.
Excuse me.
I'm not gonna move my seat.
Excuse me. I am here with my neighbor over here because we have
You almost got
an
me.
apartment at 100 Cleveland. It's a 6 or 9 apartments, I think I'm not sure 100%, and 108 Cleveland. It's another apartment house. And these people are despicable. They don't care about anybody. We personally have called the police at least 40 times, okay? And I'm gonna say it again. You wanna buy my house? I want the village to buy my house. I wanna leave. I'm dead serious. I am dead serious. Get me out of this town, or get these people to stop playing the damn music for hours at a time, where you can't get on your back porch and talk to somebody like I'm talking to you because it's so flipping loud. I am not exaggerating one bit. I got videos with sound I got all sorts of stuff. I talked to Pat Carey. He told me, okay, get your neighbors together. I can't get anybody together that wants to put their name to get these people arrested on a misdemeanor charge. If you look at these papers over here, this is what I highlighted for everybody to take a peek at. It's a nuisance, everything. The police are going over most of the time, but they are not hearing anything. She had a police officer at her house at one point talking with her, and the guy heard the noise near my house, and he goes, boy, that's extremely loud. You know what was done? Nothing. Nothing.
They go over like they're best buddies, we're friends. Oh, did you guys turn it down? So turn it down while they're there. As soon as they leave, there's no respect for the police and our neighbors. The way that, if you heard today when we had an overdose across the street from me, if you heard the way that the people that call the police every other day because they've got crime and drugs and whatever going on, and they do because I've seen the drug czar. And we just, like I said, have an overdose. The house across the street from me had 3 overdoses since I've lived there. And I had a neighbor that I don't even know, when I went out to see what all the commotion was, come over and threatened to kill my husband. I reported that to police. You know what was done? Nothing. So the other day when I called the police, I said I would like to be anonymous, and I said because I don't want to have retaliation. My husband's out of town, and I don't want to make that public. He goes, well, what makes you think that would happen? I said, because the guy across the street came and threatened to kill my husband. Your 3 minutes are up, but if you have another statement.
She didn't ask a question. You can't interrupt her while she's talking.
You got the 3 minutes.
3 minutes are up.
So do I get 3 minutes too?
Yes.
Actually, you do. Actually, you do.
We're together, we're a duo, so we actually have 6 minutes.
Well, she could stand next to me. Well, all I'm asking of the village is actually do something. The chief and I spoke. I can't get anybody to put their name on any type of paper to have charges, and I highlighted it over there. If the police personally can verify this, they can make the arrest. And that's the biggest thing. The police are coming by, they're driving by, they're not even getting out of the car, they're not listening. I can broadcast this on Facebook, and that's what might have to come down to it on the village page. I'll be posting everything every time. You guys can come over to my house, I'll make you dinner, we'll listen to this guy's music, we'll yell at each other. I swear to God, I'm not making it up. I am fed up. I can't have family, I can't have friends over because they're like, this guy's gonna do this all night, all day? I don't wanna come over if I gotta listen to this.
So 1:30 in the morning.
Screaming, yelling. Next to her, there's another apartment house. Anthony knows about this stuff. We've talked. Something has to be done, Vince. Nick, I'm sorry. Something has to be done. I'll throw in some extra money in my taxes that I'm already paying. I don't wanna leave my house anymore. I don't wanna be there. Get me out. Buy my house.
My husband hates me coming home to our house because of our neighborhood. My next door neighbor, who was there for 30 years, she left. And then her daughter came and took the house. And she left because she was afraid to stay in the house because of our neighborhood.
My neighbor moved out after 25 years. Couldn't take it anymore.
So it's not just us.
We need more police that will actually do something is all I'm trying to say. And Pat Carey, he's listening on the phone. I've tried everything I can to get people to do something, but nobody wants to put their name on it. The police have the capability to do it themselves. That's what we pay them for. Make an arrest, get a fine out of them, take the son of a gun. It's one person on next to me. Next to her is another apartment house. Make them think about, excuse me, I'm talking.
I'm not talking.
I hear all sorts of noise.
Talk to them behind me.
I'm sorry. Hey. But anyway, yes. But all I'm asking is somebody to really pay attention and do it. Because if you want to come over, I will let you come over and listen to this.
Pat Donner, myself, and Nick instituted a new plan for the police department. And if you stay around another 45 minutes, I'm going to explain how the police department works and what we're doing about it.
So we're actually trying?
And help that situation.
We are trying. And noise is a top priority right now. I've been working on it for a week. I can't. And thank you for coming. It's important for everyone to hear this. So,
Yeah, that's why I'm here. I mean, I work very early in the morning, so I should be going to bed shortly. But
See if you can see that.
in my last statement, so I'm taking over 3 minutes.
Yeah, it is.
I'm sorry for that, but this has gone until 1 in the morning.
If you want to improve Endicott, you've got to change our neighborhood.
You got to do something.
People want to be.
You got to get this to stop. 100 Cleveland, 108 Cleveland. Please, I am pleading.
I appreciate you coming in. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, you got Fillmore too? Okay, everybody, we have consensus over here. It's not just myself. I'll be the big mouth.
We have to move on.
Please, thank you. I appreciate it. I will hang out, but I'm gonna head out and smoke a cig. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Paul Connett. I live in 104 Walnut Street, Binghamton, part of Broome County. And I'm here tonight because this is the real first opportunity, public opportunity, to thank you, to thank Endicott. Because of our battle to stop this wretched Sun-Geel lithium-ion battery recycling incinerator, we made some of the nicest friends that we've made since we moved here since 2012. It was inspiring. And I just want to give you a little bit of information about what's happened to the core group, the No Burn Broome core group. Very special people. We were tired of saying no. We were tired of being characterized as fearmongers, being negative, when what we felt we were doing was protecting this precious village. We thought that was positive, but we were saying no. But now we've changed our name from No Burn Broome to Inspire Broome. We are working on a project, and I don't want to go into the details. We're working on it, actually two projects. One is to come up with things for Endicott, which will inspire Broome County to copy us. And in that sense, we addressed the large problem of waste management. We've been talking about zero waste, and that has involved people from Binghamton University, BOCES, other towns in Broome County. Big picture stuff. But also we're working on a very specific project centered on Endicott. And George has been working on this, Ellen DeBerry's been working on it, Maria, who's probably watching, has been working on it for months now, with a series of Zoom meetings, and they've now just gone into personal meetings. And I think you'll be excited by that. So thank you again, Endicott. I think it's a lovely village. You know, that's heard. And I sympathize. I know what it's like to be trying to get to speak at 1 o'clock in the morning and have people booming their music out. It's intolerable. And I hope that this can be worked out on a community base. I'm a little bit scared of this notion of get the police in. We should be solving this kind of problem as a community. As George said, see a problem as a challenge to the community to resolve this issue. But anyway, that's my 2 penny worth. Thank you very much.
I would also like to thank you, Paul and Ellen. Paul and Ellen have spent how many years, Paul, fighting incinerators all around the world?
1985.
35?
85. Oh.
Since 1985, they have spent their life fighting incinerators. And so they were a huge, huge asset to us last year in defeating that thing that Linda and Eileen wanted. So thank you, Paul, and thank
I'm Heather Ullman. I live at 227 Oak Hill Avenue. Those two people are gone, the ones that just talked about noise. So we have a similar issue on Oak Hill. I live down by St. The noise is a huge problem. Our new neighbors, sizes this podium. that carry out at 8 o'clock at night, and they like to listen to it. I don't call the police because the code enforcement guy tells me the police can't do anything about it. Noise needs to be measured with a decibel meter, which the Village of Endicott does not own. So until we can prove what decibel their music is, they are free to live any way they like. I've lived here since I was 12 years old. I chose to come back here after college, raise my kids here. I don't know that I want to die here anymore. It's getting to a point where we can't live the way we want to live. I shouldn't have to listen to music with vulgar language because I should get to live the way I want to as well. I pay taxes to live here. I pay for dirty water again this morning that I can't use. And my other thing is this. Last Monday, there was a terrible accident in front of my home wherein a car flipped over onto its top. I have asked a number of times over the years, not to this current group of folks, somebody had to have been going very, very fast in order for a car to flip over on its top. My kids work at Joey's and at our church. They walk back and forth. When I hear this horrible crash outside of my home at 4:45, I have to wonder, please, Jesus, don't let whoever this was kill my son on his way home from work. You need to put in a stop sign or a four-way stop, or you need to put in a light. The last time again,
Intersection?
Oak Hill and Jenkins.
Oak Hill and Jenkins.
Going to St. Anthony.
Yeah.
Are you still in the White House on the corner?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I needed to know that.
227 Oak Hill Avenue. It's ridiculous. The other thing is, the number of folks that come to watch a tragedy is appalling. And the video that they take of said tragedy, for what reason, I don't know, but you now have 40-plus young adults milling around and people trying to go around an accident, somebody else is going to get hurt. I'm begging you, please do something. Maybe it needs to start with absentee landlords. You need to do something about taker management. I understand that they own 110 properties in the town of Union. They obviously can't manage all of them. 110 is too much because they are not doing a good job with 301 Oak. Maybe that's what it is. You give them way too much time to rectify a situation. I called because there's a mattress stuffed beside the garbage or the dumpster. Great, it's gone, but guess what? Now there's more garbage in the parking lot again today. You give them way too much leniency and time to clean it up. They come, they clean it up, we're right back to it, and they have another, 21 days to clean it up? You never find them. Maybe therein is the answer also to some of your financial problems. Find them. Every time. No more strikes. Find them every time. Please do something specifically about the traffic, please. Maybe you need to make it so that there are no on-street parking. You cannot see. When you are coming over Jenkins from the church, you cannot see with all of those cars parked down Oak Hill. You cannot. And that is a big part of the problem.
Oak Hill, which block, Oak Hill?
227. I live at 227, so the second block.
Yeah, it's very blind when you come up, like, across the street. Right on that hill, and it's the cars.
The problem also is with there's parked on Jenkins. They have a parking lot for that apartment, and they choose to park on the street. There's a no parking here to corner sign that nobody pays attention to. When
minutes is up, so if you want to finish your sentence, I'd appreciate it.
Listen session and the school bus is running down to St. Anthony's, the traffic problem is exponential when school buses are running. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you.
Joseph Gallo, 1704 East Main Street. Here to talk about basically this corrupt board, mainly the mayor. And
Excuse me, but you can't talk to me personally, but.
I said the corrupt board and mainly the mayor. I didn't use your name, ma'am. And how they're stealing money from the taxpaying people of the community while they're harboring and aiding the heroin addicts. This year, we were charged, yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I find it too.
I know.
This year, we were charged extra on our taxes because snow removal from that snowstorm We were charged an extra $400 because the state came through and dumped all the snow onto our cleared sidewalks. I have evidence of the sidewalks being cleared, photo evidence. I have photo evidence of the state dumping snow onto my yard. When I called to discuss it with the mayor, she called the police on me and said I had threatened her life. The police, you didn't, ma'am? Because the police have a recording of the conversation they had, and then you called me back after it. Did you or did you not call the police and tell them I had threatened your life?
You were coming in the building.
What? So I called. When
So you did or you didn't call?
It said I had 24 hours to remove the snow, or I was going to be fined $400 to $500. It was Thursday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I called the mayor. There was nobody in her office. I said, it's Thursday, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Maybe you're still at lunch. I have this problem that has to be addressed today because the pamphlet said I had 24 hours to address it. So I'll expect a phone call back by the end of business today. I did not receive that phone call back. So the next morning at 9 o'clock in the morning, 9:15 in fact, I called the mayor's office. Nobody in the office. I left a message. I said, it is now the next day and it's 9:15. So you're not in your office. So if I don't hear a call back from noon today, I will come in and talk to you personally. Is that or is that not what I said? You don't remember because you deleted the message you were so threatened by. And you called the cops and had them call me and harass me with absolutely no proof whatsoever. End of the day, that's not what I'm here about. That's corruption. That's flat out corruption, abuse of authority, and abuse of the police department. And it's disgusting. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here because you then charged me $400 to remove the snow off my sidewalk that I had already removed the day before. There's evidence, I have pictures and videos of us removing the snow. I paid my construction company crew, a crew of 4 people, I paid $400 to them and got the snow removed. The next day the town comes, does nothing, and I get a $400 bill. Along with these people here, my neighbors right next door to me, my neighbors across the street, who are the meth heads I spoke of earlier, but there was no snow on their sidewalk, and they got a $400 fine. The sun had melted their snow. I'd like to know what the village is going to do about it. All up and down Main Street, we all got fines for not clearing snow that we cleared. I can show you today videos of me clearing it. During that 4 feet of snow, I didn't sleep. I stayed up all night long. I kept that sidewalk clear because I didn't want to have to deal with it the next day. The state came in off the highway. We live 1704. It's right off the highway, Roosevelt, and 3 houses up. The state came off the highway with their snow plows that are supposed to go in the truck, and we're dumping it onto our sidewalk.
The 3 minutes are up, so if you'd like to continue, finish.
Well, I'd like an answer.
How far after the snow did this happen?
2 weeks? When did the state come and save us? As soon as they came off the highway, and I understand it, they were throwing the snow on the highway.
My question is, our village sidewalks here at the municipal building weren't even shoveled for
Did you get a fine?
16 days.
Did you get fined?
Did you get a fine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
didn't give us a fine because they won't call it a fine. They put it on our water bill and won't let us pay our bill unless we pay this fine that's not a fine along with it.
Could I make a suggestion?
Sure.
A very effective way to get things like this solved, a week after it happens or after it happens, all of our emails are on our website, village website. Send an email to Linda as the mayor.
I called her personally. She called the police on me. Did you not hear that?
Put all the rest of us down as, copy it to all the rest of us. So that person, whoever you send to, is going to do something because they know the rest of us are watching.
So I have to make you guys all babysitters for each other to get any action out of this village. I pay my taxes.
Your time's up, sir. I'm sorry.
I'm still waiting from an answer.
I don't have any.
What is going to be done about these? We're charged? Yeah. You have 3 minutes. She's with me.
I got a question for Anthony. I've received a few phone calls too from elderly women about the same subject, trying to remove 4 feet of snow, getting fines. Do you happen to have a list of all those that may have been fined? we've been giving away free this, free that to businesses on the avenue, free permits.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we look into some sort of resolution to not penalize 80-year-old women that can't shovel? Is there a way we can get a list of names who were fined, or is that through?
Yeah, I could get I mean, it would go, code has it.
Yeah,
What I would like to see is
That's, I think,
photo
that was
evidence
a
of
joke.
the day this town came and cleared our sidewalk. The day before, they took photos showing it had snow on it. So they called me up and I went and I cleared it. The next day, they came to remove the snow, but they didn't take any photos. I have photos of me removing it.
Sir, I don't mean to cut you off.
I brought her up. She's got 3 minutes as well.
I live at 1704 East Main Street, and I feel
I'll
bad.
stand here,
Actually,
thank you.
there's somebody behind her. My neighbors, my neighbor Grace,
She doesn't mind.
okay, my neighbor Grace had COVID. She was very ill. She tried and tried to get help, just to get her,
Hate people.
to get her sidewalk cleared, and it was a struggle. And then the neighbor on the other side of her, on the corner, he was so elderly, I felt horrible. He was out there from sunup to sundown.
And still
he
got a
still got a
fine.
fine. And then my neighbor on my side of me, she had no snow on her sidewalk and she got a fine. I don't understand it. Like,
It was arbitrary and it was just deliberate right down Main Street. Code enforcement walked up one side and down the other and handed
I
out.
went into the village, I went into code, we dealt with code before, we own our own construction company. So I talked to the fire marshal, and we
10 or 20
fought it out for a good hour, because he said there's nothing you can do. You have to go to the board, go to a meeting, present this issue to them, so that they can deal with this fine that all of my block receives. So, something needs to be done, because we contribute to our community. We are good, hardworking citizens.
Pay our taxes.
Yes, and we pay our taxes. We want to get rid of the filth and the drugs and the noise, and I've been calling for the last.
This town allows to stay.
For the last week, I've been calling dog control and the police about the noise, the drugs, and the animal cruelty. My neighbors are across the street. I have emailed to Broome County Animal Cruelty for 8 months. Nothing has been done. I keep calling and emailing and sending them photos.
Dog control in Endicott does nothing.
Nothing. I don't this village, we need to save it. It needs to get better. My kids are growing up here and I'm ashamed. I don't want to live here anymore.
Okay, Pat and I we're talking about a possible resolution. You'll have to give us some time.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
we're talking about a possible resolution
We would
to
like
it.
to see that.
Pat and I will work together on it.
Thank you. I
And
appreciate
you'll
it.
hear back
And
from
I
us.
know my neighbors
Okay,
will.
thank you.
Too.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming in.
I'm Alberta Piazza, 527 West Main Street, Endicott, New York. And I'm here tonight to discuss, I know it's not on your agenda, it's been discussed in the past and will be decided in the future. But I live on West Main Street and I travel West Main Street, period, 10 to 15 times a day, north, south, no, east, west, excuse me. And I would like to voice my opposition on the location that is proposed for the Burn Dairy Fueling Station at 301 East Main Street. As I said, I drive that road many times a day, and I see traffic patterns that go on there. It's at an intersection, a major intersection, and there's been many, many accidents in the past. In fact, there's been fatalities at that intersection, and I just don't think that location is the proper place. I'm not against Burn Dairy. I'm not against having an ice cream shop or whatever, but the fueling station just does not fit into the neighborhood. And I have a few comments I'd like to make. The 200, 300, and 400 blocks of East Main Street are well-maintained, tree-lined, and landscaped, consisting of many historic homes and buildings, one dating back to 1870. And also, there are small businesses and residential homes and apartments on that block. I'm opposed to the location of Burn Dairy possibly going into that area because, for a number of reasons, a fueling station would not be compatible with or conducive to its immediate surroundings and would not preserve the character and integrity of its neighborhood. Directly east of the proposed site and within feet not miles, but within feet, and adjacent to that property are several residential properties. Directly north and within feet are adjacent apartment units. And across the street, there are homes and apartments to the west. Go to the south, across the street, you have many residential, in fact, most of them, Loader Avenue, behind Coleman and Daniels, all residential. And Coleman and Daniels, historic building, probably 100+ years old, I don't know, okay? And the Union Presbyterian Church, over 100 years old. And these are within feet of the proposed fueling station. So east on Main Street, you're going east from the proposed site, 0.2 of a mile. The end of the block are 2 fueling stations. The west on Main Street, 0.5 of a mile, is another fueling station. So you have 3 currently in use. 2 closed 10, 11 o'clock at night. There's 1 that remains 24 hours. Okay? If approved, there would be 4 fueling stations within 0.7 of a mile. And there's, personally, I feel there's no need or demand for a 4th in that vicinity. Community development research studies have shown that it takes 3,000 to 6,000 people living or working within a half-mile radius to support 1 single gas station. So we do the math. According to Market Watch in 2020, I'm going to run these numbers by you. In 1994, there were 202,000 fueling stations in the United States. 2012, 156,000. In 2020, 115,000. And the way technology is changing, the way cars with hybrid automobiles, electric automobiles, maybe some electric fueling pumps or something, but I don't think there's more need for fuel pumps. And furthermore, the traffic again, that intersection is horrendous. Can you kind of wrap it up? Yeah. Okay. So I just stating that I'm against the location of that. If they can find another location, that would be fine. I don't have, I'm not opposed to a shop, but I really think you need to look at, take a drive down there, sit in the lot, look at the traffic at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Oh, no.
Look out.
I'm here in just 3 minutes, so make sure to sign the assistance sheet for the Endicott Police Department.
Yep.
I just wanted to talk to the public, a few comments that I've heard tonight. I've got 3 minutes, so there's no way I'm gonna be able to answer. I've talked to a few people already outside. First of all, as everybody knows, just do not know, I've been here several years. Endicott Police Department is the best police department in the area, so I want to put that right up front on record. And everything, not that the police department does not want to do something. There are certain laws in this state. There's certain laws that we've checked with the DA's office. I'm well aware of the issues that you're having on Cleveland Avenue. I'm well aware of other issues within the village, Fillmore Avenue, and any other places that people brought up to us. Our department is very proactive. We look at trying to solve when the citizens come forward. We don't just say, well, I'm sorry, it's your problem. Let us know about it. There are only certain things that we can do. We try to work with it. We're willing to talk with the citizens. There are laws that we have to follow. Years ago, there was different ways of doing it, where disorderly conduct for noise complaint, I go up, music's loud, can make an arrest. The laws have changed. I know sometimes it's evolved where we have to be able to prove an annoyance. That's why when they've asked the citizens to say, can you step forward? Some people do not want to get involved. I understand that and everything, but in order for us to make an arrest, we've checked the DA's office because of this ongoing problem in the village to make sure we have enough to charge. I just can't arrest somebody. I charge them to false arrest. I'm held liable. The Village of Endicott is held liable for me making a false arrest and everything. So there are certain things that we do have to follow. Part of that is showing how it is bothering somebody in the area. We go there, we may hear it, we may say, sure, it's bothering me. I go to an individual over here. If they do not want to come forward, if they don't want to cooperate, I have to be able to show that the public is being inconvenienced, annoyed, and alarmed. That's part of it. I'm not saying that sometimes we ask the citizens to sign paper. I understand some people feel that they're gonna be threatened from the public if they sign a piece of paper. Unfortunately, if I pull up and it's blaring all night long, and I pull up and it's quiet, I drive away, I don't get out of my car. Our officers do get out, there are instances that may not, I don't wanna sit there, I don't think it's proper for me to judge that, but I can tell you, our officers are well aware of certain areas to do that. If we pull up and it's quiet and we drive away and they turn the music blaring right back up, we have to have the public come forward and sign paperwork. I just can't charge based off of somebody telling me that that's false. We don't have enough to do that. DA's gonna throw it out, now I'm called. So there are certain things that change the noise ordinance. I'm not gonna get involved in that, that's forward. We already have something that's a penal law, which is the same type of thing. I know some people say there's noise ordinance that has to be after 10 o'clock. That's not really true. I mean, years ago, maybe everybody worked at one time, everybody went to bed, other people work overnight, or people work different hours. So I just want to let you know that we are looking into it. Our police department is, I had to step out when I was talking to a few of the citizens. I missed some of your presentation. I'm not really sure. I caught the end part of it. I'm not sure if it was something about a meter. That's not correct. Again, there's no. Well, the code enforcement, I don't want to speak for them because they have maybe their roles, but I'm just going to fill you in. Police department, we don't walk around with meters. If it's loud, if it's bothering the public, they're saying it's keeping me up. The public gets involved. We may be able to make an arrest. It's not a matter that we just don't want to do anything here. I can tell you that. I understand it could be very bothersome. I hope I'm not going over my time. To the public and everything. We don't want to have to go to somebody's house 15 times. I can tell you right now, the officers, the last thing they want to do is walk up to the person and say, "Can you turn music down for the 8th time today?" I understand that's causing some of the issues. I understand when people are talking here about it being unsafe in Endicott. I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but I want to say Endicott is not a place that is so violent. A lot of the laws in New York State changed. That's not the Endicott Police. That's not any police department. That's not the Village of Endicott and the trustees or the mayor. That was put on by the state. There's a bail reform now. There's certain laws where I could go and arrest an individual and I'm going to give them a piece of paper and they could go right back and turn the same exact thing. I could come back. I could hand it right back to them. So some things are frustrating. Some things on narcotics. We're very aggressive with narcotics, but I'm going to let you know too with bail reform in New York State. And again, I don't want to get into political because that's not my position here. But if you're wondering why it looks like the police department's not doing something, the police department is trying to make it. We understand your concern. I just wanted to address a few things about that. I'm willing to talk to anybody afterwards, but I want to make sure the public knows there are certain things that we can only follow. Bail reform. And again, I don't want to get into the whole thing because it's taking a half hour. I know we spoke with Chief Gary. He's not here, but he's willing to talk to everybody. So if you have issues with our officers or something, or you think that something's not being handled correctly, we have supervisors, you have the chief and myself, that we could try to explain everything. So
you don't want to get political about it, but I will. The problems in Albany, we all know it comes from the governor, the two groups, who's running the show. You guys are getting a bad rap for the rules and regulations that these guys are imposing on you. This catch and release stuff is ridiculous. You can't even keep a family in jail for making a noise because you can't. You got to sign them up, throw them back. I even asked the chief about a DWI. He says, well, you got to take them. They write them up, but then they got to get somebody to give them a ride home. He wanted you guys to give them a ride home from up near Broome Community College, which is outrageous. So I know your hands are tied, but some revolt has to happen to clear this stuff up. I understand.
okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Just to touch on Heather's comment quick about code, I talked to Brian this week, and he said there actually is a noise ordinance in our code, but it references a decimal meter that was from the 50s that they don't make anymore. So that's why it's not enforceable with that said decibel meter. So
I got one on my phone.
I understand. I do understand.
Okay, Joe?
Hi, I'm Joe. I live on Jackson Avenue here in Endicott. And I was at home listening to this meeting. And I see a lot of faces in here that are a little bit older than me, not by much, but maybe a little, that are very rich in tradition and history of Endicott. I'm not from Endicott, I'm from New Jersey. I've been here for 17 years and I've seen this area rise and fall and go through a lot of, I've been here in only 17, I've seen it change tremendously. But one thing that I'm seeing lately is a lot of divide between a lot of the community and a lot of things that shouldn't be. Now, I'm going to be disrespectful to the community, using social media and the public as a public debate battleground. It is making us in Endicott look like the laughing stock of Broome County. And it's only causing more frustration and more intolerance. Speed bumps up and down these roads. It's less investment, but it'll stop the speeding. It'll save lives. Community watch or a neighborhood watch program for each section of the neighborhood, where the citizens can get together and protect their neighborhoods legally, without doing anything illegal, without hurting anyone, but still live the way they want to live. If people, the absentee landlord thing is out of control in this area. Yeah. Agree. Yeah. Out of control. Yeah. Give the residents of Broome County, Endicott as such, give them incentive to want to purchase these properties. Take them off the hands of these slumlords who don't live here, who only care about collecting a check that's filling their pocket and not worrying about the community that's being collected in. I have people that live next door to me that get high in front of my children daily. I went to their house with a baseball bat after 10 times of speaking to them, and I got in trouble because I'm trying to protect the welfare of my children, because I moved here because I don't want my children to be around that kind of trash. But even though they're addicts, when I had a civil conversation with them, they stopped. They stopped because they understood when I spoke to them from my heart where I was coming from and what I wanted for my children. And they understood. And now, you know what? They do it on the other side of the house where I don't see it. I don't care. Whatever. But you know what? You're going to get more with honey than you are with vinegar. And right now, all this divide in the community is disgusting. Endicott is the debate and debacle comments and infuriating stuff you put on these social media pages to get people going. It's not helping anything. Now, everyone in here is always so, we should bring Endicott back to what it was. It's never going to be that. In order for us to be a great community again, we have to find brilliant ideas, intuitive ideas that are going to move this community forward as a whole, and not have people at each other's throats all the time. You see it every day in the street. Many of you walk around, bump into some of your fellow townspeople, and everyone has a different opinion, different take. Some are volatile, some aren't. But it's got to stop, and it's not going to stop until the leadership of this community gets on the same page with everything moving forward, and not have two different boards for this issue or this and that issue. You have to come together and unite. So that's the only way Endicott's going to improve, and that's the only way we're going to make Endicott great again. That's all I have.
Carol Layton. I live at 123 Wilson Avenue in Enwell in the Town of Union. I don't live in Endicott, but I just have a few questions about Burned Dairy. Why is it that every time into Endicott demands as far as changing the laws in order to come into a certain location? I know that that's wrong, and why do we have to cow down to a business because they choose a certain area? Why can't we suggest a different area for them, which would be not changing any laws, and it would be, you know, it would work out much better. And as far as putting a gas station on Main Street in Endicott, I feel there's enough gas stations in Endicott as it is. And for you to change the tobacco law just for Burned Dairy, it's not right, because the middle school is right down the street from it. And they're not only going to sell tobacco, they're also going to sell beer and wine coolers. And this is not right to have in a neighborhood close to a school. And since it's going to be a gas station, it's going to emit benzene, which is a carcinogen. According to the EPA, DOH, and World Health Organization, benzene is a Class A carcinogen, that is released as a vapor from underground tanks and pump stations. No level of benzene is safe. The standard suggests that residential areas be at least 500 feet from such a facility. And the EPA school setting guidelines recommend schools be 1,000 feet from fueling stations. Also, traffic in that intersection is very heavy. It's right at a traffic light. And I understand that Burned Area is requesting a change to the pattern where they can make a U-turn left there onto Main Street without going to the light. And that's just going to cause more accidents, more fatalities, and dangers to our children who are going to that middle school or walking to school through that intersection. Now, you tell me that's going to be safe. So why is it that to these companies, just for the benefit of them come in,
Next day between Nanacoke and Vestal Ave. 25,000 a day.
exactly, right.
Interesting.
Light there. Now you tell me how they
Go ahead.
I mean,
This meeting is being recorded.
For Sun Geo, and you were against that, and now you're allowing the laws to be changed for this Burned Area. I mean, I'm for having an ice cream store coming in. That's wonderful, but now with the gas station.
Okay, thank you, Carol.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Grace Odom, and I've been born and raised in Endicott my whole life. Learned about politics through my uncle because he was a trustee for Endicott.
What was his name?
Armin Alabama. We're out of town, both of us. Okay, my grandparents own businesses.
He has the old Village of Union jail.
For me, because I used to babysit that little guy. I was really ill when I got this notice that I was being charged for my snow. All of the kids and my nephews that were 6'2" and 6'3". The bill, I called the mayor, and I talked to him. So every person that I talked to gave me somebody else's number, somebody else's number, somebody else's number. Well, finally, get the information from back. I spoke to Mrs. Orlando and asked, please, to have someone call me back. And then she called me back. She said, I have no answers for you. I said, okay. I said, I have a business in my home. I've been there since '89. I've had to take my signs out of my windows because people are scared to come. I put my salon in my home to be able to raise my child. Sent him to Catholic school. I've been on the neighborhood watches. I couldn't get an answer from the village board for nothing. Finally, I called Mr. Dorner while I was at work, because I work for disability people also. And I had to express to him what my concerns were. How come when you call a Village of Endicott person, they don't call you back or have their secretaries call us back? Then I get my taxes, which was, and there was a $400 tax on my taxes. Crazy. And I've never been cited for anything. Craig will tell you I stay in the neighborhood. I call the police anytime there's all this. I have illegal immigrants living next door to me with the slum landlord that we have, and they can't do anything. Even home security's been out here. Come on, but they can do whatever they want to do. They can throw their trash around wherever, and next thing you know, I'm going to be getting taxed. It's not even my garbage that I'm picking up.
And the snow had ice with it, and I was appalled when I went over, because she does my hair. Anyway, but I went over, I said, this can't be possible, the snow on the sidewalk. And I can understand, but the trucks that come and have that big, she's right over the bridge. And it's true, it was terrible, and she had COVID. I even called several guys that would come to plow. They wouldn't plow because it's going to break my plow.
The lady's plow did break down. That was the big
Yeah.
And I take care of 2 properties. When I do the backyards and everything because of my business, I clean everybody's yard. Nothing happens to the neighbor on the corner. He's been cited I don't know how many times. They don't mow his grass, nothing. What, because he's a doctor? I work for doctors, okay? He should have been shut down a long time ago. The place is a rat trap. I have people in the street, the dogs are being abused. I got 4 dogs coming back of my property. They tear my signs down. They beware a dog, no parking. This is unauthorized. The house, and from what I understand, they told me it's owned by the town of Union. I don't know. But him and her fight every night. Police are there. The only one willing to listen to me.
You said you were gonna send me a copy of the
Anthony,
tax bill.
Anthony, the Zoom audio,
I did send them, I'll send them again, yeah.
the Zoom audio is out. It should be good now.
My email.
Okay.
There you go.
Where you want me to
Oh,
send it?
all right, my office, all right.
Yeah, at your office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you two sisters?
Yes, her mother,
Who's
father, my mother,
Hartman
father.
Alabama's,
Yeah.
No.
Tony, I'm Gino's daughter.
Harmon is your father?
No,
No, my uncle.
Anyone else in this boardroom that would like to speak?
That's how I put mine down.
It's bad, Anthony.
How proud.
You know that? I know. Your place in there.
How do you tell if a lawyer's lying? That's they're moving.
Yeah.
That's right. All right.
I wouldn't say that.
I saw a startling thing today. A politician with his hands in his own pocket. Who knows what that means? In someone else's pocket, right? My name is Tom Serio. I'm an attorney. I'm an attorney for the mayor, Linda Jackson, the mayor of the Village of Endicott. I think she hired me to assess a situation and to help with the dysfunction of a meeting. I thought she was exaggerating when she told me about it. Now that I'm here, I see she's not exaggerating. I see it to be true. I've heard objections about me being here. If the mayor wants a representative here and is paying out of her own pocket, shouldn't that tell you something about her motives? Shouldn't that tell you something about the progress that she wants? That she's not trying to hide anything? Maybe they don't want you to see the truth. Maybe they don't want you to see the truth. Yeah, well, you know, we talked about philosophy. She doth protest too much. There's a lot of people protesting about truth. I don't know. Shakespeare said that. It's a very simple concept, and I think everyone knows what it means. Look, I'm not a politician. I'm not political. I'm not one-sided. I'm an officer of the court. If I'm asked to give legal counsel, I will provide it. People want progress, but they don't want change. Sounds like she does. And you know, I guess the free advice I'll give you tonight is we should listen to New Jersey Joe. I think he's gone, but everyone should stay off of social media.
I agree.
Thank you.
everything should stay off social media.
I kept getting my messages to shut up.
As a member of this board, I have no objection to you representing the mayor, but I do have an issue with you being on the Village of Endicott.
Well, that's something that you guys need to discuss. And as far as that goes, I am a representative of the village, an arm of the village. I mean, the mayor is an elected representative. He's here for the village.
You are not.
No! Just like you guys are. So, you know, look, that's something internal that you guys can figure out. And look, I've talked to this fine gentleman right here.
Attorney to the mayor, I would have been a little more happy.
That probably should have been done. But, you know, without the proper advice and consent of council, it's hard to get things done. He's a fine gentleman, and he's done a fine job, and I've read the minutes. He knows his business. And this has got nothing, he knows this, it's got nothing to do with him. All it is just to try to keep things moving and progressing in the right direction. That's it. Thank you, though.
So, but your main advice is that everybody stay off social media.
Come on, you're still with the attack. Stop.
Pardon me?
Grow up. That's a personal attack again.
No, I'm just asking, that's your main advice, which
Sir, that
I
is
like.
not necessary. That's not necessary. We want to progress forward. And I don't mean to attack you, but that's not necessary. Everyone's trying their best. Everyone's trying their best.
Thank you. Ellie has an emergency, so she has to leave. Okay, thank you. Does anybody else in Zoom would like to speak?
Should we write down the time Eileen left?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anyone on Zoom would like to speak at this time during the first hearing of visitors, if you go to the reactions tab, select raise your hand, or if you're on joining by phone only, if you press star 9, then we'll raise hand as well. And we'll start with the phone 607-296-0671.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Bill.
Hi, this is Bill Huston, and so the first thing I want to say is that I concur with several people that were saying that they raised objections about the Burn Dairy. I think that is a terrible location for a gas station in the middle of a block. It's not on a corner. It's going to create a traffic nightmare. I want everything that others had said. We already have plenty of gas stations, and gas stations, people don't realize gas stations are incredible sources of environmental contamination because those underground tanks leak. And what do they leak? They leak gasoline. Gasoline contains benzene, a known human carcinogen, and they create air emissions. So I'm just looking at we're taking down a former restaurant and we are replacing it with another gas station. I raised objections to this. I think that's a really bad idea. We should try to replace it with another restaurant, maybe. The other thing that I want to say is that I've raised this issue before, and I just want to bring it up again. There is no village charter. Everything this village does is illegitimate. Every time you pass a resolution, what you're essentially doing is you're amending the charter. When you pass local laws, you're amending the charter. If there is no charter, then we don't know anything about how this village is supposed to work. This is a huge problem. I have made numerous foils. I've made numerous attempts to find this thing over a period of about 10 years now, including foils to the Department of State. Nobody can find the charter. So this is a huge problem, and somebody has to figure out how we can either find the charter or to replace it. Because without the charter is the nexus between the state law and the local law. Without that, everything about this village, every official business, everything that you do is completely illegitimate. So that's all I want to say. Find the charter. Thank you.
Well. Anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak at the first hearing of visitors?
Okay, we don't see anyone, so we'll close the first here. Wait a minute, somebody, okay, go ahead.
Someone on iPhone that would like to speak?
Yes. Can you guys all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Jessica Bronson, and I appreciate you guys having the Zoom to answer questions because I can't come in because of my illness. And secondly, I wanted to thank all the emergency personnel for all their hard work during these thunderstorms. Thirdly, something that really bothers me. I try to keep my place very nice here on the north side, the best I can. And I had some work done at the street. The water department had to come up, and they had to fix some concrete. So that was done. And then I noticed my whole side of my house and my driveway had all this concrete, dried concrete. So I went to my dad and I said, Dad, look at this. And he says it was the department. So I looked at my cameras. Sure enough, they were on my property using my water. So I approached the mayor and a previous trustee. They were both in the mayor's office. The mayor was very, very nice when I walked in there. She told me everything I wanted to hear. Well, times almost 2 years now, we have dispersed 40 emails, over 40 emails, and I still have concrete, dried concrete, and my driveway is covered with it. And to back this up a little bit, she did mention that Endicott could pay for this. First of all, Endicott should not pay for this. It was not Endicott's fault. It was, which I don't know why I was hushed, and this is no disrespect to the mayor, but me as a Northside resident, I like to keep my house looking very nice, and I'm unable to make the repairs right now due to my illness, but I just think I want somebody to know what. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Anyone else wishing to speak at this time?
Okay, then we'll close the first one. We'll have the second one later. Somebody else?
No, I was just gonna say.
Oh, okay.
You could leave that open, but.
Okay.
Could we take a break?
Yes, we could take a break.
Because I could actually use the stretch my legs and go to the bathroom. We're not even through item number. Do we need to do a motion or? Okay.
Sounds good.
Should we tell the members on Zoom in case they didn't hear us? We're gonna take a 5-minute break because we have quite a lot left on our agenda tonight. So stay tuned and we'll be right back.
The recording has stopped.
Oh, my laptop battery died.
All right, friends, we are, oops, that's a little hot. We are waiting for them to, they're adjourned for just taking a little break, bathroom break, and so pretty interesting meeting. Lots of people complaining about lots of different issues around the meeting, around the village, I should say. People getting fined for basically the villages. Seems like the village's own ability to clear the snow, and the people are getting fined for it. Lots of people complaining about noise issues and drug dealers and all kinds of nuisance problems. And it seems like that because the laws have changed, it seems like the chief of police doesn't have much authority to do anything. He was I don't think it was the chief. I wasn't in the other room. I didn't see who was speaking, but one of the sounded like a rep of the local police department, lieutenant maybe, was saying that they know the limits of their authority, and if they try to bring a case like this to court right now, that they are going to basically get shut down by the DA. The DA won't prosecute the case. So interesting. The mayor has hired an outside attorney. WTF? WTF? What is up with that? To represent her, and she put his name on the village letterhead. So it's just more, and she's calling other people senile. She was calling apparently one of the other, she was calling Ted Warner senile apparently. And Ted is probably one of the more rational people on the board. One of the three anyway, rational people. So, oh boy, why is that? Let me just take that off. Hide. Self view. I must have gotten disconnected and reconnected from Zoom at some point during the meeting. So that's that. It's just another crazy typical day in Endicott. I raised one of my favorite issues is that basically everything this village board does is illegitimate without having a charter. Now, of course, there was a charter at some point, but nobody seems to be able to find it. And people are just nonchalant. They don't consider that a serious issue. But I'm sure that Bob McCurdick, any attorney, should understand the importance of the village charter, having a village charter and knowing what it says, because that's like the constitution of the village. And without that, how do we know what are we doing? How do we know what we're doing? It's madness. So unfortunately, this kind of madness has been somewhat typical. I mean, what's different now is we have some people on the board that really care. We've got three people, Ted Warner, Pat Dorner, and Nick Burlingame, and they are all Republicans. And I don't play party politics. I try to stay out of it. And should I give you my camera view? I can try. All right, so let me just... I don't have my green screen up because I've had such a lot of computer problems. I should probably bring this thing down. And my old CPU finally gave up the ghost. So as soon as I just tighten this up a little bit. Okay, so once again, we are just waiting for the Endicott Village Board to return from break. Pat's sitting back down, so it looks like we might be getting close. I will take it back to them whenever they start speaking again. So, and what's also different is the amount of civic engagement. Ever since the Incinerator, it seems like there's so many more people actually paying attention to local Endicott village politics, which is great. That was a great side effect that happened. That really, the community really got organized around that Incinerator. the fight against the incinerator, which we finally did win. And quite interesting, I spent a few hours today with Chris Berger, former county legislator. I should get him on the show and talk to him about some of his prior experiences. That should be interesting, because he was involved in, he told me it was I think a 15-year battle. It started back in like in the 1980s, I think. They started fighting this gigantic, monstrous incinerator where they wanted to burn basically just municipal garbage. And I think he said it was 3,000 tons per day, something like that. I think 3,000, a massive amount. Keep in mind 20 tons is one semi-truck. One semi-truck holds about 20 tons. That's the cargo, typically. I mean, there's a lot of variables on that. But, so, and they were in for the long haul, and they ended up defeating that one. He told me the way they defeated that, actually, was by, there was some kind of a deal that was going to be cut about, they told the Environmental Management Council, which became a party, that they had to either accept the incinerator as is on the size that it was, or they had to allow them to import waste to basically fill the capacity of the thing. And I think the county legislature voted it down. So basically they said they were telling the operator that you had to basically reduce the size of the incinerator. And apparently that was going to be so costly that they just backed out after a very long and protracted fight. 15 years. That's what Chris Berger told me. So this fight against the incinerator was basically just a year and a half. And wow, that even seemed like such a long time to me. And I think some of the other people that were battling this thing, it just seemed like forever. But it was only a year and a half. And then Chris brought up fracking. I was involved in the fight to keep fracking out of New York, and I was involved in that. I mean, some people were involved back in 2009 or 2008, but I wasn't. I really didn't get involved until about 2010, and that's when I started getting involved with NIRAD. And boy, we talked about the whole history of BRISC, BRSC, and how weak they were on fracking, and we kind of got into it with Chris a little bit because Chris was defending BRISC and so, well, we're a non-profit, we're a 501c3, and I'm like, well, yeah, so what? You can still take a stance on things. There's limitations on speech with regards to endorsing political candidates, getting involved in political races for or against, and also. You can't, 501c3s can't, as a substantial part of their operating activities, support legislation for or against either. Legislation and political candidates. So that's it. You can still say, we don't like fracking. We think that fracking's a bad idea. So NIRAD was created. This is going back, 2010 timeframe, 2010, 2011 timeframe, that NIRAD was created because BRISC, which was the only thing kind of environmental happening back then, the Binghamton Regional Sustainability Council, was so weak on the issue. They were extremely weak, and one of their people, who I'm not going to say their name, but some guy, local guy that really triggers me, was quoted in the paper saying, the Press and Sun saying, we're not necessarily against fracking. Oh, okay. Well, that's why we had to create NIRAD. I wasn't a founding member of NIRAD, but I joined shortly after it got founded. So that's a little environmental history. Friends, I hope you can see right there, down below. Please support my local environmental and public service work. I do public service advocacy in areas of public health, public safety, and environmental issues. I've been doing it since, locally in Endicott, fighting fracking in New York since 2010. So that's 11 years. And my first environmental fight in Endicott was fighting this waste treatment facility that they fired up, this new business that they fired up here on campus. It was Huron and i3 Electronics back at the time in 2011. I think I got involved in 2012. So I do critical environmental work. I do been a community sort of activist for these different issues for going back, more than 20 years. But locally here in Endicott, I have a good history of this work. I bring you these village board meetings whenever I can. My computer's been down for, probably 2 months over the last 3 months. I've been really out of commission. So I got my computer back working again temporarily. I don't know how long it's going to last. It's pretty old. So I really, really can use your support, friends. How many people here have houses in the village? I mean, Paul Connett, oh boy, he's a big star, and boy, with his deep British accent, But I'm not the big star, but I don't think anybody in this village would know about that incinerator.
Recorded.
Had I not raised the alarm. Okay, we're going back to the meeting now.
Did you have any problem, Nick, with them?
No, not really.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Do a roll call, trustee Dorner,
Yes.
trustee Warner,
Yes.
trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
All right, next we have a bid. Now, this is for the snow removal for the airport. What we have to do is, we have to rescind the bid. So I need a motion to rescind the bid for awarding the snow removal equipment the bid to 5 Star because it wasn't exactly the right equipment for us.
I will make a motion to rescind the motion made at the May 17th, 2021 board meeting awarding the snow removal equipment bid to 5 Star Equipment.
Second.
Motion second. Roll call, trustee Dorner,
Yes.
trustee Warner,
Yes.
trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
And now I would like a motion to reject all bids for snow removal equipment and to not rebuild the project, rebid the project until 2022.
I'll make a motion to reject all bids for the snow removal equipment and to rebid the project in 2022.
Second.
Second, roll call, trustee Dorner,
Yes.
trustee Warner,
Yes.
Burlingame.
Yes.
I would like a motion for all the communications for filing from A to F.
I would just like to make a comment that number D, letter from Joshua Knight, sorry if I say that wrong. It was a very nice letter to the department.
It was, right.
Does anyone have anything else?
No.
Okay. I'll make a motion to accept A through F for communications for filing.
Second.
And second, the roll call, trustee Dorner,
Yes.
trustee Warner,
Yes.
trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Now we have communications for action. A, citizens campaign canvassing request, Endicott Police Department approved it.
Yeah, let me get on the same page here.
For a home to home campaign for fundraising.
So basically, they just want us to acknowledge that they're going to be canvassing,
Yes,
because I certainly don't know that
we're not giving them any money or telling them.
I don't want them to
They
take
can't go
the,
door to door without us allowing them to, because we have an ordinance against going door to door, what it is. campaign, I can't understand why we are giving them a hard time and why we're making them do this, but they want to ask us, we will.
Okay, so I will make a motion to acknowledge the letter we received from Citizens Campaign. I mean,
I gotta admit, I'm not exactly sure what they're asking.
I'll acknowledge the letter, but I certainly don't want to give them necessarily permission. I know nothing about them.
Have they ever done this, Linda, before?
Not that I'm aware of.
They
No.
said they did, yeah.
Well, if they did, I don't
I don't
remember
think
it.
they did it last year.
Because they,
Yeah,
excuse
probably
me, Mayor,
not
yes,
last
they
year,
have.
so
They
They
have?
have in the past, they just go around, it's just more, their freedom to go around and talk to people.
Okay.
So they have done it in the village in the past.
Thank you, Craig, 'cause I wasn't there then.
Does that help you, Nick?
But I certainly don't want to give them permission to go knock on someone's door. I don't know that that's my place.
The letter writing campaign and fundraising, so that is
Or something going on.
Yeah, let's table it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's table it to next meeting, that's fine.
It says they're not required to obtain a permit.
Okay.
That's the letter
Anyway.
What did you say, table till next week?
Yeah.
I do appreciate the open communication.
Okay, the next one is for the floater block party request. I'll wait for the evaluation, but I don't see any problem with letting them have their block party.
Do we know approximately when the Endicott police will have their evaluation?
Probably not on Monday, because Pat's on vacation.
That'll be done by the end of the week.
By the end of the week?
Yes, it will be.
Okay,
They want it Sunday, August 15th, but they probably want time to plan it.
yeah,
They want,
7/7, yeah.
Subject to.
Yeah, okay, so I'll make a motion to approve the self-loader block party request on Sunday, August 15th, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., pending cleared results from the Endicott Police Department.
pending what kind of results?
Cleared, okayed,
I'll second that.
Oh.
Approval?
Yeah.
approval,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, you second that?
Yeah, second.
We have a motion and a second. Do a roll call. Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes. Anthony, can you let me in the meeting?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Now, we've got a paper from the airport that wants the, for execution of the grant offer for the Airport Improvement Program. It has the project number at the Tri-Cities Airport.
For the removal of the trees, the airport, obstruction removal.
Mm-hmm.
The end of the runways, or?
$66,121.
Our share is 3,300.
And they're looking for us to agree to pay that and accept this.
Yeah.
Why are they removing?
On the runway, where the runway approaches.
Obstruction, yeah, so they have the
Which is-
obstruction for the approach to the runway.
So I'll make a motion to approve the Airport Improvement Program grant offer.
I'll second it.
Motion second, roll call. Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Now, we have an application for a Shakespeare Festival from EPAC.
I'll make a motion to accept the Shakespeare Festival application for August 22nd, 2021, from 12 to 5 p.m.
I'll second it.
Motion second, do a roll call. Trustee Dorner?
One question, I see here that they're serving alcohol? Special request?
Yes.
The beer and wine. I'll vote yes.
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 Okay, next we have for the police, the Endicott Police Benevolent Association. This is for a tentative agreement that, Anthony has worked out with the union.
So this is the tenant agreed to bring to their boards.
We're bringing it to the village board, and you got PBA agreement, vote on it, and we both agree to it, this becomes,
Addition to the contract there. So I did email, some information on that previously, last week. We have where we started the negotiations and where we're at right now. And really this just brings us current through the end of this year. It's a 3-year contract, we're 2 years behind. So we're bringing us current through the end of May 31st, 2022, which is the end of our current fiscal year.
So I will make a motion to accept the tentative agreement by and between Endicott Police Benevolent Association and the Village of Endicott.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion second, the roll call. Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
While we're on that one, I did have something I wanted to say. It's gonna take a few minutes. I'm gonna go through it kind of quickly. This has to do with improving, this has to do with a lot of what's been said tonight on noise, on advocacy landlords, slumlords, all this type of thing we've heard all night tonight. But last year we went through the incinerator issue, and it was a total negative year, like Paul Conant said earlier tonight. And in order to stop it, we said no burn broom, no incinerator, leave town, all of that. So Pat and Nick and myself decided once we defeated that issue, we decided we got to change and be positive. So the three of us came out with a 10-point plan of how to improve Endicott. Tonight, we're really going to take a big step forward on that 10-point plan. And the subtitle of that plan was Endicott is open for business. For the past 10 years, Endicott's been reactive. They sit and they wait till something happens and then they respond. We've been waiting for a problem to happen and then we try to solve it. Tonight we're changing how Endicott does business with regards to the police department anyway. We will now follow a path of being proactive, try to prevent the problem before they crop up. That's a big change on how we've been doing business. This is a pretty big deal, this thing we just passed. Just now, we just passed it already. First, there's a little background. 2014, there was a crime problem up on the north side and on the avenue on the same week. Mayor Bertoni called together a committee. I was on the committee. What can we do to solve these problems that are happening in Endicott? The ultimate goal was the committee met. There was 10 people on the committee. We interviewed different people. Did we interview you, Craig? I think it was Mike Cox, you did. And the police chief, the code office, we interviewed everybody. And the goal was to try to solve these problems and how do we revitalize Endicott. And the ultimate goal to do that is to attract home buyers and to attract businesses to town. That's what's going to revitalize Endicott. And so we need a village that businesses want to move here, and we need a village that people want to move here and buy houses. The finding on the committee after 6 months of having meetings, what we need in Endicott is we need a clean and neat village. The code and the street department pretty much are involved in that. We need a village that's attractive. Code and street again are involved in that. We need a village that's safe. Police is the key department there, and we need a positive image. Mostly that's the police, but also some street and code department. It'd be nice to hear the rumor around town that, around the county, that Endicott's the safest town in Broome County. So I took the report to the Board of Trustees. I was sitting right there. And the only way I knew I could get the board to hear what the report, what we spent 6 months on, was to come to the board and read it. I was barely able to read it. Eileen was the only one that was on the board at that time. And she continuously, through my whole reading of this report, kept saying, "Are you done? Are you finished? Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving." But I did stay and read the whole thing. I forced them to listen to it, whether they did anything or not. What they did do was they did nothing. Since 2014, nothing. So I could take that report right now and write on there, the top of it, 2021. And nothing has changed in Endicott, and we heard that tonight from these people. So about a month ago, I decided it was time, now that I'm on the board, it's time to do something about this. We can't continue like this year after year. We have the same damn problem we can't have the same problem any longer. It's time to get things done. So we're tired of hearing promises that never come true. We want something done. So Warner, Donor, and Burlingame came up with this new 10-point plan. We all agreed that it's time to do something. So here's what we're going to do. We're not going to do it next week. We're not going to do it next month. Actually, we just already did it 10 minutes ago with the police department. So in the police department, the way it works is when you hire a new officer, you hire them, and they have to go through an 8-month training program. And then they have to ride with a seasoned officer for 3 months. So that's 11 months before we get a new hired police officer on the street. During that time, we're still paying that person a salary, benefits, approximately a total of $55,000 a year. But we don't have any officer on the street for 11 months. That's the best scenario. The worst scenario is the academy, where they get the training, starts in March. So if we were to hire them in July, let's say, this month, they got to sit around for 9 months and wait till the academy starts next March. So there's 9 months. And we got the 11 to 12 months before they're on the street. So there's a lot of time there where we don't have an officer. We're hiring them because someone retired. So there's a lot of time there where we have an empty spot on the street. So tonight we're initiating a better approach to get the job done. The current status right now is we have 3 people in the academy right now. They get out around November. They ride with a seasoned officer for 3 months. So they'll be on the street probably in January. We have 1 officer that's on military leave. He'll be back on the street next March. That's 4 people. But during that time, 3 people will be eligible to retire. It's a continuous cycle. So it's easy to see how the police department can always be behind. It can never catch up. So tonight, Warner, Dorner, and Burlingame plan, we authorized the immediate hiring of 2 officers. 1 the board already approved. 1 is replacing an officer who got hurt and couldn't even start. So that would be 2 officers on the street immediately. No academy, no training, no riding with seasoned officers. 3 more this November and a 6th one next March. So that's 6 people, 6 new officers on the street in the next 7 or 8 months. And then as people retire during that period of time, we're going to have to replace them also. So what our plan did was it eliminates the academy, eliminates the training period. What we just did now, we met with the police department union and negotiated out the fine details and everything. And so what we are doing now, we're authorizing the police chief to offer a $15,000 signing bonus for a new police officer. So these will be transfers. They're already trained. They're transfers from other cities around the state. maybe from Syracuse. Maybe we'll get some of your guys. So that puts 2 on the street. As soon as I think Chief Gary is ready to start advertising tomorrow. I think he said he was always on vacation. But that'll put 2 on the street within the next month, let's say, 3 in November, 1 next March. So that's 6 people, 6 new officers on the street by next March. So that's kind of how the hiring goes at the police department, and that's why we just passed this new, what do we call it, a law?
Well, what was just voted on was to settle the collective bargaining agreement, the raises for the collective bargaining
Oh, yeah, okay.
agreement. I think you're referencing the bonus program, the agreement that we prepared for the bonus for the new hires. And that's coming up a little later on the agenda.
Okay. So for people that didn't know that, this was a good, the thing I found, I've been going to board meetings for 25 years here, and nobody ever tells you what's going on and what they're voting on, and nobody tells you what it's all about. So I'd like to let the public know what we're doing.
Thank you. Now we will go on to People Ready. What we want to do is give our People Ready, the guys who are traveling behind the garbage trucks. We need 6 of them. We need them 4 days a week. They don't like to come to work because they don't make enough to come all the way from Bennington. We want to give them a raise to $14 an hour. That's what we're voting on now.
So my question is, which obviously I support raising the rates. If the rate of $14 an hour does not attract candidates, do we have the right to increase that number at any time, and does it extend the length of the contract?
So the contract, we used to do a year contract. We marked that down to 6 months. So we did a 6 months from January till the end of June. Now it's July 1 through the end of the year. At any time during that contract, we can control the rate. So we can go up, we can go down within that period. This just allows us to use People Ready for that period of time, for how many employees we need to do. And as Mayor's mentioned, right now we're at 5 days a week because we have yard waste collection the one day. Once we stop that in the winter, it goes down to 4. So we have 6 people for 4 days a week throughout the winter.
My other question is, when will this take effect, this increase?
Immediately.
Immediately.
Yeah.
So we will know by the next meeting if this is working.
Yep, we'll have a 2-week window of what it
So
looks like.
if it's not working within 2 weeks, I recommend that we increase it yet again. Because the problem is our street department salaried workers are having to pick up the slack on back of the garbage trucks.
And that puts us so far behind.
We're behind on the parks. We're behind on weeds on Washington Ave. We're behind on everything. So this labor-ready force is critical to the beautification of Endicott. So that's why that's so critical.
So let's bring that up later after it doesn't work.
And the reason
After
we
14.
don't hire
Hopefully it
regular
works.
people is because the insurance for these workers on the back of the garbage truck is so extremely high that it's actually cheaper for us to hire labor ready. Anthony and I have discussed this many, many times. And they have said that they are happy with the 14, but as you say, we'll give it 2 weeks to see.
Hopefully we can get 6.
Right.
I'll make a motion to accept the People Ready agreement.
I'll second it.
Motion and second, the roll call. Trustee-
please.
Before I vote, have we had any luck having anybody fill those slots in the street department, or they still
Yeah,
not getting?
we get 4. We usually get 4 to 5 a day. It's just getting to
Last
that
meeting, they
six.
were kinda,
What's that?
last meeting, wasn't he saying that you weren't getting 2 or?
They know we're gonna raise
Getting
it,
4
so
now?
they seem to be more interested in coming, knowing we're gonna raise it.
Yeah, so we usually get 4.
So we
4
got-
is the minimum we get. Yeah, so sometimes we get 5, sometimes we get 6. It's just, using 1 or 2 of our own employees, taking them off something else they can be doing to do.
Are we getting a lot of the same ones or different ones all the time?
We try to get the same, as long as, we're happy with it.
We have a solid,
Yeah.
3 or 4 that come back regularly.
Yeah. And if we get to 6, we can get those same 6 all the time. We've had that before, where we've had the 6, 90% of the time, you have the same six that.
If we could just get an update at the next meeting to make sure that this is working, that'd be really helpful.
You know, as we talked about at the last couple meetings, you know, I've called around to other temp agencies, and the ones I do talk to, they do say, you know, People Ready, for the type of work that we're looking for, People Ready is really the place to go to. I'm still talking to one of them, Staff Kings. You know, they're looking into if that's something they want to get into, and if they do, then they can designate a couple to us if we want to go that route. So we're only getting 4 from People Ready. We could look at doing.
We'll see how this pans out.
But I think this will be a good start.
I vote yes.
Huh? Oh, okay. Trustee Warren.
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Next thing on our agenda is the resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an option agreement with SEP regarding the 121, 125 Washington Avenue building. Yes, I've been trying for 3 years not to have a building on there, but the Greater Binghamton Fund has made it very clear that there will be a building there if we're going to get our $6 million. So SEP is an excellent company. If they're going to build something there, I really trust that they will make sure it doesn't become a slum, that they will manage the people and the property as they should. And this agreement is to, SEP will pay us $1,000 for the village for the option to purchase the property. And when they do agree to buy it, it will be at $50,000. Now, as I understand that there's also some code questions involved. So this is still not a done deal, even if we agree to enter into it, a possible agreement.
Another important part, I don't know if it's in this document or not, but whether they buy it as a nonprofit or a profit, they're still going to pay the full taxes.
Yes, sir. They have made that very clear. Thank you very much. John Bernardo has given us his word on that. They are paying the regular tax.
They're even increasing what they want to spend there, I think.
Yeah, by a lot.
Yeah, so, not to get into too many details of it, because a lot of it's still, you know, pending the final result here, but, you know, there's a possibility that it could be a little bit larger project than we had anticipated from the beginning, so definitely exciting project for the Avenue.
Any talk of ballpark tax revenue figure, or is it still way too early to?
I think until they get their final design, we can go to the town assessor and look at, you know, what the project cost is and that. I mean,
I don't know if they're that far yet.
My computer just ran out of battery, so they can still hear me on this?
Yeah, yep.
Now, before we make a motion and vote on this, we have to go through the environmental assessment part 2. That's in the back of your paper. So if you'll go to that page, please, this is what it looks like.
So just to be clear, this is the environmental review on sale for offering the option to purchase the property. There will be additional environmental review once there are plans developed, planning, or zoning board, several months involved. We'll conduct an environmental review on the actual project. This is limited to the sale of the property.
Okay.
Is this 13H?
It's page 1 of 2 towards the back in that same packet, Ted.
Oh, that's it.
On the top of it is a short environmental assessment.
Yeah, no, right below you there. Right there. Yep, that one on top. Flip towards the back. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll read. Will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulation?
No.
How do you want to vote on, I mean, do a roll call on each one, or what do you?
No, let's just get a consensus as we go around for each one, and then we can have a vote if we can. Do that motion. Okay. So everyone said no on the first one.
Correct.
Say no. Second, will the proposed action result in a change in the use or intensity of the use of land?
No.
No.
Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of the existing community?
No.
Will the proposed action have an impact on the environmental characteristics that cause the establishment of a critical environmental area?
No.
The proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level or of traffic or affect existing infrastructure of mass transit, biking, or walkway?
No.
No.
Will the proposed action cause an increase in the use of energy and it fails to incorporate reasonably available energy conservation or renewable energy opportunities?
No.
Will the proposed action impact existing public-private water supplies, or B, public water wastewater treatment utilities?
Well,
Two answers, one for private water.
it will, and
Well, just selling the property, though, is that what we're basing this on?
just for selling the property, no.
Yeah, that's, because a lot of
you're right.
these
Yeah,
changes
you're
are
right.
building on it.
Yeah, no to both.
Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of important historic, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources?
No.
No.
Will the proposed action result in an adverse change in natural resources? For example, wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora, or fauna?
No.
Will the proposed action result in an increase in the potential of erosion, flooding, or drainage problems?
No.
Will the proposed action create a hazard to environmental resources or human health?
No.
No.
That's it.
So based on those answers, there could be a motion for a negative declaration under seeker with respect to the option agreement for 121, 125.
I'll make that.
I'll second that.
Second, do roll call, trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Browning?
Yes.
Based on that motion, then Mayor can check the box. Second box, that there will not be a result of significant adverse environmental effects, and then you can sign it there.
Okay.
And then, we still need a vote on the underlying resolution itself.
I'll make a motion.
Do you want to do that now, or are we supposed to be doing it here?
Oh, I saw that, so.
I just wondered, I just didn't know.
I think it really ought to be where we're at right now,
Okay, very good.
just so we can take care of it all at one time.
Sounds great to me. Okay.
I'll make a motion to accept the resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an option agreement with SEP Inc. regarding 121 through 125 Washington Avenue.
I'll second it.
Motion second, roll call, trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
What we need to do, we have to, okay, so I'll accept it. All right.
I'll send you the agreement.
Okay. American Rescue Plan Act 2021. This is about the FAA.
Yeah,
What's it
so
got
this
to do
is
with the
another,
FAA?
this is another round of the CARES Act,
Oh,
which is what we've used the designated funding for the airport.
right.
I believe we had 16,000 the first time, right around there. And then, this is for 32,000
Nice.
for costs related to operations, personnel, cleaning, sanitation, janitorial services, combating spread of pathogens at the airport, and debt service payments. So we can use it for any one of those items. This will be to receive, funding of their 1,000. Yeah.
To accept it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make a motion to accept the $32,000 grant from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021.
Second that.
And second, the roll call, trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Next one is for our memorandum of understanding for our resource officer program. We are partnering with the Union Endicott School on business. So we have our resource officer. We only have one at the moment.
I'll make a motion to accept the memorandum of understanding between the Endicott Police Department School Resource Officer Program and the Union Endicott School District.
I'll second it.
Second, we'll do roll call. Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
This one is our George F. Johnson Construction Grant. For the remaining $26,500. Paying us a little bit at a time.
This will come all from the library, so the village, will not contribute to this project. But, they need our approval. They need the village's approval to, proceed.
So they need a copy of the meeting minutes showing.
Yeah, all that, yep.
So we are giving them permission to apply for the grant?
Yeah, it's due third, it looks like.
I'll make a motion to allow the George F. Johnson Memorial Library to apply for the New York State Public Library Construction Grant.
Second.
Second, do roll call. Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
All right, now we have our water pollution. We spend a lot of time with our wastewater. This is our general construction change order for additional equipment for our solids handling project and the digester. $100,000 remaining balance.
Yeah.
Spend a lot of money.
Yeah, all this stuff come from.
Yeah, this is definitely the wastewater budget, so it's not like it's coming out of our general fund. It's a good thing.
Well, this is still in short-term financing through EFC. So they, when we get a loan through EFC, they do what's called the short-term financing. So we give them the cost of the project and we draw off it. So every time, an invoice comes in, we have to resubmit to EFC, we'll draw off our loan balance. So, we're still under budget on this project. And then, once we're done, we'll go to long-term financing. And the last long-term financing we had was at 0%.
Oh, nice.
That is nice.
And this is a large project. This is, over $7 million, project.
I will make a motion to accept the change order for the solids handling project.
Second it.
A motion and second, do a roll call. Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Our next one is for the Gusto Festival fireworks. And that sounds like a very good thing to do.
I'll make a motion to accept the application and festival permit for the Gusto Festival fireworks on August 27th, 2001.
Did this say who the fireworks is coming from?
The Little Italy Society's putting on the fireworks.
Yeah, but,
I don't know what company they're buying them.
it's different from the Christmas one?
Yeah.
Different company, I mean?
Yeah. Well, it might be the same firework company, but different.
Christmas one was really
Young Explosives?
Oh, yeah?
They put on a phenomenal show.
Christmas.
Yeah, beautiful.
Give a second.
I'll second, yeah.
Second. You do it first?
I made a motion, yeah.
Second.
A motion and second, we'll do a roll call. Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Okay, now we come to the police recruitment bonus program, payment program that Ted already explained to us.
I will.
Regarding that, just to let everybody know on this.
Yeah.
Did ask when it was gonna be sent out and everything. The chief had to check with civil service just to make sure the wording was proper. So he's either gonna get them out tomorrow, latest will be Wednesday, as far as the things for the transfers.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you. I will make a motion to accept the memorandum of understanding for the police recruitment bonus payment.
I'll second that.
Motion and second, we'll do roll call. Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner? Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
I would like to pay bills for, July 5th. We have two things to cash.
Do you have a problem with something?
Well, I didn't receive my breakdown for either of the bills, but apparently everyone else did. So I will,
Do you want mine? Because I have to sign a different copy.
I read through every line, so. I don't know if we want to hold it up. Everyone else got it, and there's 3 votes without me, but I won't vote because I didn't have a chance to review them.
I can vote if you two want to, but if you want to hold it up to you, it's up to you. What would you like to do?
If you'll vote, we can pass it.
All right, I will vote. I will vote.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion.
This is
July. Chris.
Linda Jackson making a motion.
That's Linda making a motion.
I'll second.
All right, that's it.
The motion and second, we'll do a roll call. Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, then I'll keep going. Unless you want to make a motion, Ted, for the next one. There's one more bill to pay.
Are you voting on this one too?
Yes, I am.
I'll make a motion to pass this one.
Okay, I'll make a second on that.
The motion and second, the roll call. Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
July 19th bills.
Yes, the July 19th bill. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
I'll abstain again.
And Mayor Jackson?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, now we come to our resolutions. The first one is the Brownfield Opportunity Area Program. This one is a very big deal. We're going to finally get some things cleaned up around here. Did you want to explain what this is? You have a better way of explaining this.
Yeah, so, some grants require, village to pass a resolution prior to survey. So this is one of them. The Brownfield Opportunity Area Program that I had mentioned, earlier in my, comment at the beginning of the meeting. But, I can go over it again if you want quick. Really the goals and key outcomes. So I just have a summary of what the program is. So the goals of the program is to provide a neighborhood or area-wide approach to the assessment and redevelopment of brownfields and other vacant or abandoned properties. Additional goals include assess the full range of community redevelopment opportunities posed by a concentration of brownfields. Also to build a shared community vision for the reuse of strategic sites and actions to achieve community revitalization. And also to coordinate and collaborate with local, state, and federal agencies, community groups, and private sector partners to identify and implement solutions and leverage investments. So let's see, the brownfield process. It's a multi-step process for neighborhoods or areas to be eligible for the benefits associated with having a brownfield opportunity area in their locality, including nomination and subsequent designation by the Secretary of State. The first phase entails a nomination study, which charts the roadmap to return dormant brownfield sites to productive use, back to productive use. These studies identify the opportunities and challenges posed by brownfield sites, present a clear and attainable community vision, and pinpoint key redevelopment opportunities. Once the nomination study is complete, a community may request a brownfield opportunity area designation by the Secretary of State. This official designation allows developers who are participating in the voluntary brownfield cleanup program to receive a tax credit bump up to redevelop the sites in a manner that is consistent with the community's vision and Secretary approved plan. The brownfield opportunity areas also receive priority and preference for some state grant programs, including the Department of State's Local Waterfront Revitalization Program and the Department of Environmental Conservation Environmental Restoration Program.
Basically, what we're doing is for what, Kmart and?
Yeah, so right now the area we're looking at is it's a 429 acre site. It's from Vestal Ave to Jackson Ave, and then from Watson to Main Street. So in that kind of square is what we're looking. Those boundaries aren't finalized yet. You know, as we continue to apply for the grant, we might tweak those a little bit, but that's really the area we're looking to designate through this.
What was the second two streets?
So it's from Vestal Ave to Jackson, and then from Main Street to Watson.
To Watson?
Yeah, to Watson Boulevard. And we also, as of now, we have the 1 and 200 blocks of Oak, Odell, and Hill Ave. So that kind of just cuts out a little bit area above Watson in that neighborhood.
We investigated this to start, well, one of our ideas to start with was the Kmart Plaza. We're trying really hard to see what we can do for that, because we've got to get that cleaned up, so. But, let's see what we can do.
So this is, mainly the pollution, or is it Endicott foraging?
No, it's really the idea behind the program, which I kind of like how they stated. It says, brownfields are neighborhoods or areas within a community negatively affected by real or perceived environmental conditions. That's kind of what we're looking at for perceived. Yeah.
We got a lot of real.
Yeah.
Says the properties are often underutilized because the contamination or perception thereof has impeded investment and redevelopment, making them an economic and aesthetic drain on localities. So this is to kind of reverse that trend and
found this
perception of.
So under this is to authorize the BOA nomination study.
Right.
And the study costs $300,000.
Right.
We're agreeing to pay 10% of that $300,000.
Yeah. If we were to receive the grant, we would use that money for the study. Then once that study's done, then we can go for the actual designation. Which, if we did receive that designation, it would allow us to go through those other grant programs that may be available for the redevelopment of the area.
We don't put the $300,000 up front. They would pay us that, and we would perform the study.
All right.
But they pay us 90%.
90%, yeah.
Pretty good, 90-10.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the better.
So you need a motion to accept this resolution? I will make a motion to accept the resolution authorizing the submission of a New York State Consolidated Funding application and to accept a New York State Department of State Brownfield Opportunity Area Program grant if awarded in the amount of $300,000 with a 10% local match for a BOA nomination study.
What's BOA?
Brownfield Opportunity Area.
Well, I'll second it.
The motion and second on that resolution.
Roll call, trustee Dorner,
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes. Yes.
Burlingame.
Now we have the amended credit card policy. This is just to clean up our credit card policy that we have.
I will make a motion to accept the resolution adopting the amended credit card use policy.
Can I ask a question first?
Sure.
Who utilizes a village credit card? Just Janice, or who? You or who?
We have authorized users.
Our departments do.
Yeah, and each department that wants to participate or have a card is eligible. They just have to be approved.
Okay.
In our, correct me if I'm wrong, but our previous policy stated only the card holder could make the purchase rather than an authorized user list. So we were violating that technically every time someone who was not a card holder. So this kind of cleans that up a little bit.
Okay.
That was pointed out by the auditor.
You make a motion? Oh, yeah, you did. I'll second it.
We have a motion and second. We'll do a roll call. Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Thank you. We have no unfinished business. The next, I just want to bring up a slight discussion for people to think about. For 1405 East Main Street, Justin Marshuska has been approached by Hoffman's Car Wash. Now, I know that he doesn't need to be putting, exits onto Main Street, but he can put it like onto Garfield. So Hoffman Car Wash has got a great reputation for landscaping, and we know we need to do something with the area. I don't know how you feel about what we're going to do to accommodate this request, so I wanted to give it to you guys, let you know about it, so you can start thinking about what we would like to do. We cannot give him, he doesn't need it.
Well, a variance.
We can't give him a variance, yeah, because he doesn't meet the criteria. I really don't like rezoning. You know, I hate rezoning. We all know my opinion on that. The only thing I would like to ask you to consider is if you have some idea out of the box on how we could let him have a car wash there with a special permit, but we have to look at all the other places that are neighborhood commercial and see if we want to jeopardize that. So I want everybody to take some time, look at it, and if that doesn't fit, see if you can think of something.
It would
else to
also
help
be a good idea to drive by the one up in Vestal Parkway too.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. So I'm just bringing this up for discussion and think about it. He's only mentioned it to me once, but since I was giving him a hard time about his landscaping, I didn't mind having the conversation.
These are the same people on the Parkway?
I do believe it is.
Really?
And they approached him, so, but again, he's.
Take a good look.
Those are nice.
100 signs. Every vacuum cleaner has 2 signs, big.
It's a nice place, but
Right.
I just want to, at least we'll consider it.
Sure.
Just to clarify on that use variance, so that's a variance that's granted by the zoning board, not this board.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
So it'd be really their decision whether to grant one. We
Okay.
took a look at it and thought probably would be a tough one to qualify for the applicant. Of course, they could always submit for it, but I think the applicant themselves also felt.
Yeah, he told me he.
But do we even know, is he asking for anything?
No, he's not. He's not asking for any money, and he's lost his pilot.
I mean, is he asking us for anything?
No, not a thing. Only, he just wants to know if we could change it so he could put it there.
Well,
That's what he wants.
a
That's what he wants.
So he's
It's a
asking
big
for-
deal.
It would be a change to the zoning.
He's asking to change the zoning.
Yeah, that's a big deal. He's just not asking us for any money, but he.
Doesn't he have to do a formal application rather than just a sentence on a?
Well, I just wanted to give you something to think about. He hasn't actually asked for it yet, but he mentioned it to me, and I thought that this is the kind of thing we need to think about for quite a while. So if I asked you first, we could look at it, because we have to look at like you say, we have to look at Hoffman. We have to decide if we do want to do this in all of neighborhood commercial, because with a special permit, we still are opening it up. So it's a big decision, and it take time to think about it. So I just wanted to mention, he brought it to my attention. He hasn't even gone to code yet on it, so just mentioning it, that's all.
Thank you.
Now, the next thing I'd like to bring up is I did find somebody to apply for a planning board alternate. I gave you all paper, she just gave me her, resume, so I had given it to you. I don't know her personally, but she answered my emails, and she wrote up this resume. I gave her a book. She said that she will take classes, that she will vote according to the laws, that she will read them, and she will vote according to how the laws tell her to make her decisions. She sounds very reasonable, so I would like to make a motion to allow Linda Broadfoot to be an alternate for the planning board.
I'll second that motion.
Motion to appoint.
Appoint, thank you.
She can appoint without approval, can't she?
No, only if there's an opening.
With approval?
I need
Oh, they're new
approval
people.
for an alternate.
Yeah, there's no vacancies.
Linda Broadfoot.
Nice to find volunteers.
How did you find her, Linda?
I've been putting a lot of ads on Facebook, sorry, and on our village website, and she answered me. So I put my, email on there for the office. I've been trying.
What's your number on Cornell?
I'm 217. I don't know who this is.
I've been trying to put it everywhere. Every meeting I go to, I ask. Every group I come to, I'm desperate. I want to.
So are you, proposing, what board are you proposing to put her on?
Planning board.
Planning, okay.
So it's a motion to appoint Linda Broadfoot as an alternate to the planning board.
And she knows as an alternate, she can't vote, but she has to come to the meeting so that if something happens and she needs to vote, she'll be prepared.
Do we have, written documents somewhere of what happens, if someone's not there, they fill in for that meeting? Is that how it works?
Right, the chairman designates them to fill in for
Just for that meeting though,
just for that.
or that case.
For that meeting, when there's an absent member, this alternate can fill in.
And if someone quits the planning board, they don't automatically move up.
Correct. That would be a vacancy during the term of office, which could be.
They could move up, but it's within the points.
That's right. Yep, mayor point. We have a motion and a second.
We got a motion, yeah.
Did you second that?
I did.
No, he did.
You made the motion?
No.
She made the motion.
I made the motion, yeah.
Mayor made the motion.
Motion and second, we'll do roll call. Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
I made the motion, I
Mayor
will vote yes.
Jackson. Okay.
I want to talk to you guys.
Linda, you can't say we're always against you.
That's right, you're not. You're doing good. You're doing good. We're making progress. Now I'd like to talk to you about the street supervisor position. We know that Brett is going to be retiring.
Real quick, I'm sorry, I just reading this. Also, Dave Baker to the planning board, is that?
Oh, I was going, he hasn't asked yet.
Gotcha, okay.
I was going to, but because you know something, let's do that, because he mentioned it to me. I forgot about Dave Baker. I didn't even read that. Yes, let's ask about Dave Baker. I would like to nominate Dave Baker also as an alternate for the planning board. And I think you all know him because he's chairman.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Again, let's just make it a motion to appoint Dave Baker.
Yes.
As an alternate.
As an alternate,
Plan.
yes.
So then we still have two openings on the zoning, don't we? Two alternates are open.
Oh, he wants to be on,
That's planning, but
yeah, I don't know. We probably should put him on the zoning though, because we need one for each person.
Yeah.
So let's put Dave on the zoning. I would like to make a motion to appoint Dave Baker as alternate for the zoning board.
Second.
A motion and second, do roll call.
Here's zoning, and this lady here is
planning.
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 Roll call. Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Mayor Jackson?
Yes, thank you. Now let's talk about Brett leaving in 2 weeks. We would like Robbie to take over that. I don't know, we have to vote on him, of course, but Robbie has been underneath Brett, learning the whole way of doing things. However, we've got a problem. Robbie doesn't like taking tests, but.
Is this a discussion you want to have in executive session?
Oh, I'm sorry, we probably.
Yes, probably.
Yeah, I just want to see what you guys think.
Since you already said it, what was it you said? He doesn't like what?
Well, should we not talk about it?
We don't need to talk about it tonight. I just want to bring it up for you guys to think about.
Well, he's retiring in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Maybe we should talk about it, unfortunately.
We don't meet before then.
Okay, well, we'll finish this.
Exactly 2 weeks.
So we should probably talk about that tonight under 21.
Executive session though, right?
Yeah, we can do that. Okay. Now, the meeting procedures are holding over. And I guess you guys wanted to see the new pamphlet we've got. This is at the DMV. Yes, I have a lot of them here for everyone to take. We're going to put them at the golf course just as soon as next year, because they wouldn't allow us to put them there this year. There's no.
So let me preface my comment by saying I think this is a wonderful idea. Aesthetically, it's beautiful. My only concern is there is one that I know of restaurant missing, and that is my favorite Chinese restaurant in town, China Garden in Price Chopper Plaza.
Well, we will add that. That's why we only bought a limited amount, because we thought if we did forget something, we pass these out, people would tell us, and we would put it in.
And also, I don't know if they're serving food or just a market, but J Gold African Caribbean Market on the corner of Washington Ave and North Street. But I don't know if they're serving food anymore or if they're just a market.
Yeah, I heard it was just a market.
Is it just
I'm not positive, yeah.
Well, I think this is great.
We also have the restaurant at Endicott.
Is that Orlando?
Yeah, Orlando did have it at one point, but they're not there anymore.
So Linda, I would like to add a comment too. Would you please fill us in on these things? So we can be involved, or a committee can be involved,
This
because,
was a last minute thing to.
because,
Go for it.
all of these mistakes would have been caught if there was people other than you and Matt White doing it. There's 2 or 3 that you just said that are not on there.
Well, that's why we did this, so that we could pass them out and people could tell us, because.
No, we should have done it
We
before.
probably missed more than that.
We should have done it before it was printed. There's 2 on here that are closed.
Well, we didn't know that, see, that's why we printed them
Here's
out.
another thing, there's no phone numbers to the.
No, because I couldn't do that.
Let me go through,
They told me I couldn't
let me
do
go through this.
advertising.
There's no phone numbers on any restaurant.
No,
There's no address on any restaurant.
no.
I look up here and I want to go to an Italian place, Oaks Inn, pretend like I don't know where it is. I look over here, I gotta look through every single number to find number 28. Normally, these maps are numbered in order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I had to be very careful though with the.
That's why a committee would catch all this stuff.
No, I did it right. I asked, Anthony and I discussed it. We don't want any addresses or phone numbers because we cannot advertise. I cannot use village money to advertise for anybody, not even for our own restaurant.
Is that right, Bob?
Yeah.
We can't make a brochure with all the restaurants?
Are we kind of advertising anyway?
Isn't this advertising right here?
Fine, Mike.
I guess I would call it community benefit.
We can promote the village.
Mhm. Did you notice there's no McDonald's or anything in here?
I didn't even notice that.
That's why. Give me just 2 seconds. We're going to only have a hearing of visitors and stuff, and then an executive session, so if you'd like to go, I have them there present for you.
Okay.
So if you guys could just give me 2 minutes, I would greatly, greatly appreciate it.
Good night, everyone, thank you.
Take a break.
Thank you.
Yeah, I could stretch my legs for a minute.
Again?
Sorry.
So, just for everyone on Zoom, I'm gonna take another,
Where do you draw the line on whether we can do something like
The
this?
recording has
The
stopped.
villages had brochures before.
Yes, George, go right ahead.
This meeting is being recorded.
You can stand anywhere you'd like.
Okay.
Nobody can have your back.
I'm very interested in the brownfield project. And, I do know, I don't have it with me, but I saved all the brownfields that are actually listed, in the area already. So, the one by the forgery, old forgery,
Forging Works?
that's in the process, correct?
Right.
That's being done, but is that the one that is worse, has become worse since the last evaluation because of the rainwater?
Yes.
And it was pushed up, okay. So then there is the one, that is at Kmart. And then the block you're talking about, is those 3 buildings for IBM?
Yeah, all of Huron would be
All of Huron
incorporated in the area.
in demolition, in the, to get funds that they talked about, okay?
The ones, you're talking about the ones east of McKinley?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. All of the 3 systems.
Just want to say, I don't think Northside Park is listed here either.
Why wouldn't Northside Park be listed?
Yes, it's George W. Johnson Park, is what they
Oh,
call
okay.
it. Yeah.
What
North Shore.
about, West Endicott Park?
West Endicott isn't in the village.
Oh, it's not?
in.
Okay.
And also, there's a new one coming, the Cider Mill Playhouse.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
listed. Oh, the
Playhouse?
Playhouse, the
Oh,
Playhouse.
the Playhouse
It doesn't
is,
say the Playhouse though, no.
Playhouse is on its way.
But that's
But
pretty
you know, we
new.
can add that afterwards.
Management, they just asked me to take care of managing the concession.
Oh, nice.
So they're
I'm glad
coming.
They're gonna redo that again, that's nice.
And I'm gonna be doing the cooking, and I have permission to use the ovens.
Beautiful.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pass this out so that when people will tell us what ones we still need to add or close.
No,
for our next
that's
Christmas.
backwards. We should have done it way ahead of time.
We did it once. We've been doing it. We had a lot of people out.
We didn't know anything about it till we saw it.
No, but I mean, I had a lot of other people doing it.
We're the
So
board.
we're gonna have
We're
to
the
just
board,
keep going
Linda.
over and over again.
We're the board.
But this was a pretty good project, so.
Yeah, I agree with Nick. It's a wonderful idea.
Yeah. Okay, now, is
Wait a
there anything
second.
else? Anybody
Anyone
online?
on Zoom who would like to speak during the second hearing of visitors? Go to the reactions tab and, click, raise your hand feature. If you are, you can hit *9.
All right, then we'll close this hearing of visitors. All right, board member comments. Pat, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Oh, wait, I was packing up.
No, we have an executive session.
Yeah, I know.
Hope he's so enthusiastic.
Board member comments.
Yes, you have anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Okay.
I don't have anything either.
I don't either, so I think we're done for the night. Now, we're just going to I would like a motion to go into executive session.
I'll make a motion.
I say to discuss the potential appointment of the regular.
Very good.
I'll make a motion to do what Bob just said.
Thank you all for coming.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Take care, George.
See you guys.
Thank you, Craig, I appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Craig.
Take care.
Good to see you, George. Good. How are you?
Second that now?
Thanks. I did, I'll second that.
We can do it here, can't we?
Yeah, they're leaving.